Mark and Mike, you guys good up there?
Yes, sir, we are.
Okay, great. I now call to order the regular session meeting of the Board of Commission of the City of Tarpon Springs on Tuesday, May 11th, 2021 at 6:30. Before we go to roll call, the mayor announced he's on vacation this week. My name is Jacob Carr. I'll be filling in for the mayor during this meeting. Roll call.
Mayor Alahouzes is absent and excused. Vice Mayor Carr,
Here.
Commissioner Terrapini,
Here.
Commissioner Donovan,
Here.
Commissioner Vaticus.
Here.
Tonight's invocation will be given by Lissa, Reverend Lissa Bradford from the Presbyterian Church and the Church in the Bayou. Please come to the podium, and then we'll remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance afterwards.
Creator God, in this time of some contention and stressors, we invite your peace and your presence into this room and this place. Grant these people wisdom and courage to speak their truth and kindness as they make decisions that impact this beautiful community. Let us never take for granted the freedom that we enjoy as we continue to nurture our own peace in our hearts. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We will now go to the public comments on the items that will not be discussed tonight. Please come forward, state your name and address for the record, and you will be given 4 minutes.
Mike Eisner, 1515 Riverside Drive. I also want to take 2 minutes from my wife, Linda, and I will also take 2 minutes if I need it from Joan Jennings. Do you want them to say anything?
They've acknowledged it.
Okay. Commissioners and all residents, I would like to know that Article 7 Rules of Procedure of the BOC, it says individual members of the City Commission must not represent their own views or recommendations as those of a City Commission unless the majority of the Board of Commissioners have officially voted to approve such action. City Commissioners making recommendations or expressing their views not then approved by a majority of the Board of Commissioners shall indicate that such is as expressed as a private citizen. Public statements should not contain promises to the public that may be construed to be binding on the city. I have in front of me here the past beacon. And in here, I don't want to read the whole thing, but there's a picture of you, Jacob, Commissioner. And it has in here, I held my comments until after the first motion because I didn't want to start any drama. Commissioner Carr said by phone, it's been a year of this kind of stuff happening and I felt I had to call him out on disrespectful and unprofessional behavior. To me, it's not respectful. Him trying to push his own agenda. It says, I don't like seeing this happening to our city commission. He said, I think the commission can do a better job. In these words, you're speaking as a commissioner and you're speaking for the commission. You're not speaking as a private citizen. You would have had to declare that you are a private citizen before you say these things. It's been multiple meetings now where multiple people have called him out. So you're speaking about other commissioners as well. We're all trying to be respectful, but after a year, it's clear it all stems back to one person. That's where it's at. That's, again, that might be your opinion, but that's not where it stems out from. This stems out from some poor votes that were made by the commission. And residents have been coming up here in each and every 2 weeks stating that we don't like the commission's decisions. And when Commissioner Vaticiotis asked City Manager Mark Lacoris about this, you guys decided that it was going to be a vendetta. You were going to take him out. That's what I see. And I am on the Board of Adjustments, but I'm speaking as a private citizen. So there were other comments in here that you said. Carr went on to state that over the past year, he has seen Vaticiotis treat all the board staff and city manager with disrespect. And he noted it was shocking how Commissioner Vaticiotis belittled and disrespected a fellow commissioner on the board. He didn't disrespect anybody on the board. The comment that was made was, here's a person who's, I don't want to use his age, but he's no youngster. And what he's had is not just a background in living just in Tarpon Springs. He's a world-renowned person. And it wasn't the age that he was going after, even though that was the word he used. It was more so the inexperience of this board. And when I mean inexperience in life. When I was your age, I also thought that I knew everything. But as I am this age now, I've realized that I was wrong. So I'm not knocking any of your decision-making, but I wouldn't call somebody else unprofessional when you haven't lived an ounce in his shoes. It offends me, and it offends plenty of the residents in this town, that you're knocking a man that has more professionalism and more knowledge than the entire board. I just don't understand it. Maybe in your circles, you feel you're doing the right thing. But in the circles that are people of calling me, you're not doing the right thing. Any commissioner up here is allowed to ask the city manager what he's doing and how he's doing it. There was nothing unprofessional about it. But for some reason, I don't understand why you guys have to defend the city manager who knows how to defend himself. He's been at this 20 years. I may be wrong on that, Mark. I'm not 100% sure. He doesn't need your defense. So when you come up here and you start ganging up on a person who's trying to better the city that I love and I live in, I get offended. And I don't understand it. The only one is Commissioner Tarapani, who's remained silent. You don't make comments about another person's unprofessionalism. He didn't do anything that was unprofessional. Not one thing. I read it all. And I'm happy to take a phone call from either of you or anybody pointing out what you felt was unprofessional. Because believe me, I've seen unprofessional in my day. It's just ridiculous. Each and every week, this paper says, sad day for Tarpon Springs. And in your head, you keep thinking it's this man, this commissioner, who's the problem. But he's not. He's asking pertinent questions, which is allowed. I want questions of the city manager. I want to question you guys. I didn't like the fact that you guys voted on a 404 apartments when most of the residents don't want it. It's a quasi-judicial hearing. So you're not there to make judgment. You're supposed to go on the criteria, and the criteria wasn't there. I heard every word in the case. I couldn't figure out how you guys made that decision. And I sit on a board that does only quasi-judicial. That's all we cover. So, I mean, if you guys want to see me come up here every 2 weeks and berate the decisions you're making, you're on the right path. I don't know what else to say. I'd rather be coming up here. At the end of the last meeting, Commissioner Donovan, I commended you for what you did. So don't think I'm not up here just to tear you down. But I'm not going to sit here ever and listen to one person talk poorly about another person for doing their job. Unless you could show me in somewhere in our charter that we are not supposed, or a commissioner is not supposed to ask a city manager what he's doing. I'd like you to ask the city manager what he's doing. And if he's doing a good job, great. If he's not doing a good job, he has to do it better. If he needs help, he has to do it better. with help. I'd like Commissioner Carr to ask that same question. I'd like Commissioner Terrapini to ask that same question. I just don't understand it. You guys are making this commission to look like a bunch of fools. And it's not just to me. The paper is writing this. So I don't know where we're going with this. I'd really like to see this thing toned down. I will tell you, I know that your job is not an easy job. Being a commissioner is no fun. It's a lot of work if you're doing it right. But if you're just going to go up here each and every week to try to tear this man down when he's got a resume that most people would wish they had, I don't get it. I really don't get it. The residents are not behind this kind of decision, this work. These comments, they're all derogatory. And you don't even have the facts to back it. So my question to the city attorney, are you allowed to make comments like this? If you're not speaking as a private citizen, are you allowed to speak as a board, for the commission?
Thank you. Next person, please come forward. State your name for the address and state your name and address for the record.
Ken Saya, 403 Roosevelt. I asked a question a couple of weeks ago. Well, let me first start off with, because you guys do good things. Thank you for the crosswalks on Spring and realigning the crosswalk going to Canal. I walk that path frequently, and I don't know whose idea it was, but thank you, because you can actually see the traffic coming now. The one thing I would like to ask is that we further that with a painted crosswalk to get the oncoming traffic's attention, because they don't see you. They're too busy going wherever they're going around here. It seems like I don't understand that. But so thank you for that. And the next thing I want to go to is the check valves. I asked about it 2 weeks ago, and to be quite honest with you, I'm trying to figure this out. Obviously, because of the complaints we have from the last gentleman, and I don't like what I see going on either. I'm really kind of tired of it. I don't want tarping in the paper for those things. I'd rather see it in the paper for good things, because we do good things around here. But this is obviously not a place where we can dialogue. I don't understand that. To me, there's no purpose in being here. You know, I asked about the check valves. I get it if you don't have the answer, but I'm here again, and I'm asking the question again. Where are we at with the check valves? And I'm not trying to throw you a curveball here. This is something that was started over 4 years ago, funded, the assets were purchased, and nothing's basically happening. And that is either a failure of engineering, a failure of resources. I don't know. It's a failure, and you guys are at the top. You guys need to answer that question. So I'm actually here to help, because, and I kind of threw you a bone with that one. I mean, I could have wrote any one of you an email, and I'm sure I would have gotten an answer. But I did it in this form because, one, I'm tired of all this bickering, and I'm just tired of it. It disgusted me to see it in the paper. So I'm trying to change the temperature in the room here. Last time it was hard to sit here for 3 hours. So I'm trying to help you guys out. I really am. I'm interested in helping. I'll talk with any one of you. So let's do a better job. And obviously don't have an answer, so I'm just going to let that go. But to me personally, I think the mayor should have taken it or asked for anybody to take it for, make a motion to take it for action. It was a reasonable question. It's money that you have spent. So, and I think the citizens of Tarpon Springs deserve an answer to that are driving through the salt water every day in the summertime. So, thank you.
Thank you. City manager, can you follow up on that tomorrow, please?
Yes, if you put is the sign-in sheet up there, if you put your phone number down on there?
I could get you his contact information.
Okay.
Yeah.
He said he'll give me your contact number.
I'll get it for him.
Trying to figure this out, that's all.
Hi, I'm David Gouchman, 735 Dodecanese. I'm here about the signs that come August, we're all supposed to have. I've been president of the Merchant Association for too many years. I've been here 27 years. I've had multiple stores. I've had every sign like this in front of my store. I think you made the wrong choice, okay? The 2 or 3 that are 4 that are checked off and the 2 that are crossed out. I got to tell you, the one of the crossed out ones, the white one, works the best. It's the cleanest. I can tell you about some of these metal ones, the ones that you want to use chalkboard. If you ever have kids buy a chalkboard, they just go all over it. When it rains, they all run all over the place. I know you talk about permanent signs, have a sign painted and you can change it. Metal, they break, they bend and they break. Wood, when it rains, they all peel. It's horrible. The heavy plastic white ones, my opinion, I've spoken to other people about this. We have about 100 people that are members of our association. I don't know why no one ever came to talk to us, but I feel you made the wrong choice. Think about it. I think you should change it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next comment, please.
Chris Rabowski, 1602 Gulf Beach Boulevard, Tarpon Springs, 34689. First of all, I do not see a sign-in sheet up here. And so people know, if you intend to have one, people watching in cyberspace or on television, please either put one here or let us know what the new procedure is, because I have not seen one since, I think, 2005. And those were cards that we had to fill out for the Walmart hearing. So just so people are not confused, please make that clear at some point, that there either will be a sign-in sheet or there was one and I haven't noticed it for the last 15 years. So I've been up here many times to speak about the city's disregard for the First Amendment, especially when the city decided they weren't going to read the hundreds of emails opposed to the Ann Claude Harbor project. And they did that during a vote at a portion of the meeting that the city code disallows any vote. So this can't be forgotten. Everyone in the city needs to be reminded that this happened. Now, the vote didn't pass because one of the commissioners that voted on it was supposed to be recused. But if it had passed, all of those people would have been denied their First Amendment right to be heard here in this body. And whatever statement you can have your attorney read from our city code, that is superseded by the First Amendment. You have to understand that. The Constitution of the United States supersedes anything you do here. So you can make up some silly rules that say some people can't hold up signs or placards or whatever, but the Supreme Court will be the one to figure that out. So you might want to think hard and long before you do anything like that, before you ban anybody from talking in here or saying what they want to say, as long as they're not speaking of violence or shouting fire in a crowded theater, anything that could be dangerous to another human being. Many people are opposed to those apartments to be built on the Ann Claude River, just like they were opposed to the Walmart. And they're opposed to the Keystone annexation. Been making some bad decisions here against the will of the people. But even the people that would foreseeably want that stuff to happen, they don't want their First Amendment rights taken away. And I'm not defending any one individual here. I don't agree with what anybody else says here necessarily. I am defending the right for everybody to speak. As long as they're not in tension as long as their intention is not to harm someone. So we have to be very cautious how we weigh this thing. And you gotta get better legal advice. Just as I've told you, how many bad decisions have this legal team made for you? Telling you could vote, have emails read, which is ludicrous in and of itself, but then to do it at a portion of the meeting where other people can't speak about it during commissioner comments, that's against the code. You can't keep doing this way. And then to have that same attorney say that you could remove a board member, regardless if he did a good job on the board, just because you guys didn't like what he said here at this podium. That was bad advice. Now he rescinded that. So you dodged a couple bullets there. You see, one, because, thank you.
Any other speakers tonight?
Here to lack is 514 Ashland Avenue. Before you start the clock, Michelle, please, I'd like to acknowledge Miss Sylvia Ioannou, who is going to be giving me her portion of minutes. And Mr. Jump, would you confirm Margot Leiser online for another additional 2 minutes, please?
If that person can raise their hand, I'll allow them in to confirm. If you can unmute yourself and state your name and address. If you could state your name and address. We do have a raised hand, but they don't seem to be able to unmute themselves.
Mark, can you tell them how to unmute themselves and maybe you could announce that for them?
Star 6. I
Star
believe.
6.
Thanks.
If you can try it again.
Margot Leiser, 514 Ashland Avenue.
Thank you.
Mr. Locke, that's 8 minutes.
Thank you. It's interesting how popular this article became. That was in, what was it, April 28th? And I'm glad you're acting as mayor today because you get the front page picture on page 4. And I would like to go through a few of these before I begin my readings. Current Vice Mayor Jacob Card laid the blame for the board's dysfunction squarely on Vaticiotis, who was elected in March 2020. The majority of my meetings have gone till 11 p.m. or later because of unnecessary comments that have been made throughout the meeting. You only consider them unnecessary because you don't like what you're hearing, either from the public or Commissioner Vaticiotis. And let me remind you, when you talk about the meeting being extended because of his commission comments or questions, that's your obligation for all of y'all. I know some of you may have done some research and read some of the backup, and you already know what you're going to decide. But the public would like to hear your basis on your decision-making, and that is part of your comments. I got scolded years ago because I would ask questions and make comments. But I would also have to say you've neglected to remember that sometimes the people have come out here and spoken for over an hour of your time. Over an hour of your time. You don't want to hear them either. Further in the article, as Mr. Eisner pointed out, you didn't want to start drama, but you knew you would. But I had an issue with this part of the statement. It's been multiple meetings now where multiple people have called him out. So it's up to him if he wants to continue to work with the board, et cetera, et cetera. I haven't heard any resident come up and call out Commissioner Vaticiotis, but I've heard hundreds of people come up and call out y'all. So we will begin our readings. This first one is Ezekiel. Let me see, that's page 890. Here we go. Ezekiel's call. He said to me, Son of man, stand up on your feet and I will speak to you. As he spoke, the Spirit came into me and raised me to my feet, and I heard him speaking to me. 4 through 5, where we go. The people to whom I'm sending you are obstinate and stubborn. Say to them, this is what the sovereign Lord says, and whether they listen or fail to listen, for they are a rebellious house, they will know that a prophet has been among them. And you, son of man, do not be afraid of their words. Do not be afraid, though briars and thorns are all around you, and you live among scorpions. Do not be afraid of what they say or terrified by them, though they are a rebellious house. You must speak my words to them, whether they listen or fail to listen, for they are rebellious. But you, son of man, listen to what I say to you. Do not rebel like that rebellious house. Upon your mouth and eat what I give you. Psalm 31, 14 through 18. But I trust in you, O Lord. I say, you are my God. My times are in your hands. Deliver me from my enemies and from those who pursue me. Let your face shine on your servant. Save me in your unfailing love. Let me not be put to shame, O Lord, for I have cried out to you. But let the wicked be put to shame and lay silent in their grave. Oh, one more passage. Let their lying lips be silenced, for with pride and contempt they speak arrogantly against the righteous. Proverbs 1, 20 through 33. 680. Proverbs 1:20. This is called warning against rejecting wisdom. Wisdom calls aloud in the street. She raises her voice in the public squares. At the head of the noisy street, she cries out. In the gateways of the city, she makes her speech. How long will you simple ones love your simple ways? How long will mockers delight in mockery and fools hate knowledge? If you have responded to my rebuke, I would have poured out my heart to you and made my thoughts known to you. But since you rejected me when I called and no one gave me heed when I stretched out my hand, since you ignored all my advice and would not accept my rebuke, I in turn will laugh at your disaster. I will mock when calamity overtakes you. When calamity overtakes you like a storm, when disaster sweeps over you like a whirlwind, when distress and troubles overwhelm you. They will call to me, but I will not answer. They will look for me, but will not find me. Since they hated knowledge and did not choose to fear the Lord, since they would not accept my advice and spurned my rebuke, they will eat the fruit of their ways and be filled with the fruit of their schemes. For the waywardness of the simple will kill them, and the complacency of fools will destroy them. But whoever listens to me will live in safety and be at ease without fear or harm. $692, Proverbs 13, number 10. This is a simple one. Pride only breeds quarrels, but wisdom is found in those who take advice. Proverbs 16, 18. The wicked become a ransom for the righteous. No, that's the wrong one. 16. Oh, here it is. Pride goes before destruction, and a hardy spirit before a fall. Now we go to 21, 24. 16, 702. The proud and arrogant man, mocker is his name, behaves with overweening pride. Isaiah 13, 9 through 11. See, the day of the Lord is coming, a cruel day with wrath and fierce anger, to make the land desolate and destroy the sinners within it. The stars of heaven and their constellations will not show their light. The rising sun will be darkened and the moon will not give us its light. I will punish the world for its evil, for the wicked sins. I will put an end to the arrogance of the haughty and will humble the pride of the ruthless. I will make man scarcer than pure gold, more rare than the gold of Ophir. Therefore, I will make the heavens tremble and the earth will shake from its place at the wrath of the Lord Almighty in the day of his burning anger.
Next comment, please. Okay. Any more comments?
You guys are lucky I didn't bring the stand today. All right. Panayoti Schoolyas, 595 Peninsula Avenue. Anybody donating their time is simply doing just that. Therefore, I will have Otto Bilchus online and Annie Samarkis.
The first one in, if you can state your name and address for the record.
Otto Bilchers, 1272 Jasmine Lake Drive, Tarpon Springs, 34689.
And if you could state your name and address for the record.
I'm gonna hold it up for a little bit.
If you could unmute yourself. We do have a second raised hand. If you could unmute yourself and state your name and address for the record. If you could try stating your name and address for the record now.
Maria Culhas, 595 Peninsula Avenue.
Thank you.
City Clerk, how many minutes is that then?
That's 8 minutes. Was he using Mrs. Marcus's as well? So that'd be a total of 10.
All right. Well, I just want to first address my Vice Mayor Jacob Carr. I will be including you in the lawsuit when you have several times violated my First Amendment right to freedom of speech and the truth. There are several times when you have stopped me from speaking about Commissioner Donovan, as well as the timeline on hiring Renee Vincent and Cindy Terrapini's application for Anclote Harbor scam. And I just want to ask the city, where are the new sewer and water rates? Mr. Herring advised me that they will be presented in April, and I don't believe they're on tonight's agenda. We are 6 weeks behind from getting the new rates as originally scheduled, and the citizens of Tarpon Springs await their discounted rates. Now, Jacob, we must remind people about the history of Tarpon Springs. That way we don't continue to relive the past. And, you know, history repeats itself. And unfortunately, the infamous history in Tarpon Springs has continued for 45 years. All historians will say we must remind society of the past to move forward and break from these generational curses. I would like for you to apologize to me now about you asking me to point out corruption in Tarpon Springs as if I couldn't. Are you willing to say sorry? You're the one handling the meeting. You're supposed to answer the question. Are you willing to say sorry?
Public comments right now.
Okay, Well, check your charter and the rules about how you're supposed to address the public comments. So let's start where we left off back in the late 1970s, when the climate of City Hall was in a state of chaos and corruption. Here we got, remember I talked about, and I'm happy we have, Vice Mayor, I'm happy we have Jim Colianos here in the building tonight. Hoping maybe he can come up and speak for himself and explain how he was one of the main reasons and little puppets used to take over City Hall the way the Terrapins and the LaCourses have.
Sir, if I could stop you for a second. City Clerk, if you could pause the time, please. City Attorney, if you could opine on this a little bit further. In public comment, we've talked about in the past when you have derogatory comments about public, although it's directed towards me as a chair, how would those be handled in this situation? Can you give some advice on that, please?
Yeah, I don't think that so far anything that's been said is anything that would be a violation of your current rules of procedure. I think that he should be able to continue on. And, the comments relative to the past, I don't see them to be derogatory if he's just going to head and talk about what happened in the past. So there are provisions in the code that specifically talk about what can and cannot be said at the public hearing. And I'll just read that section of the code. Any person making personal, impertinent, or slanderous remarks, or who shall become boisterous while addressing the city commission, may be requested to leave the meeting and may forthwith be barred from further audience at the meeting. So I don't think that it's gotten to that point yet. So I think that he should be able to proceed.
So accusing of corruption without backup or documentation of an individual board member or a public member, is that considered slanderous?
He hasn't gotten to the point where he has the right to, state the facts. So far, he hasn't really stated any facts. So if the facts are untrue, then I would say then yes, that could be getting to the point of being slanderous, but they have to be untrue facts.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying.
Jacob, you're really off to a bad start. That's why the people didn't want you to be vice mayor, and you never should have. I have a video of you sleeping on the dais like a child. And we're just going to present it to everybody just to show who you really are. Your ego has really taken a hold of you just to support the person you used to run their campaign for, Townsend, as well as Mark LaCourse, because now, unfortunately, you'll give in to any land deal just to make sure your little monument signs go across town. And it's absolutely embarrassing. It really is. So I'm going to start back onto the history of Tarpon Springs. I will give my opinion on the matter, just like we're all allowed to give our opinions on certain things and facts. And if you guys continue to stop me, it will just be added to the lawsuit that's coming. And you will personally be sued as well. So you got to be careful what you're doing here. This is America. This isn't the communist state of China or Russia or anywhere else. So you got to hold it together. Okay. So I want to read how these young commissioners back at the time, they were shrewd. They were doing things to make the city change. They were causing chaos, from firing the city attorney from Schmitz with this piece of paper and signature that was signed accordingly, and Colianos made a fit about it. It's all on the record. It's on the record. And this was all about the docks and extending more boardwalk and more dock slips and all that. So I'm going to read an article that just describes about unprofessionalism way, way more than what you guys criticize of Commissioner Vaticiotis. Tarpon Springs manager may leave under fire. And city manager Michael Gore appears certain to leave the post. Tarpon Springs, as newly formed majority on the city commission, seeks his resignation. We're just drifting apart, and I don't know what to say or do, Lane said. Criticisms of the manager by Commissioner James A. Colianos and John K. Terrapini. The commission said Goyer has generally ignored commission directives, most recently failing to produce financial statements in response to annual audit. Often their criticisms have stemmed from Goyer's hiring practices and a reorganization of City Hall, widely acknowledged to have brought dissent from some employees. Allegations that Goyer was moving too fast were common during the city election campaign, last December. Mike, you can't escape it anymore, Coliano said Tuesday. We're not happy with the job you're doing. Sounds pretty unprofessional to me, right? Sounds worse than what Commissioner Vaticiotis wanted to do and asking someone for their resignation and giving them a year to do it. So, like I said, this young bunch, they created a chaos, and their job was to help take over control power of this city hall. And here we have this article from March 30th, 1978. Tarpon Springs Commissioner Phillips resigns. Shortly after the Tarpon Springs City Hall clock told midnight, City Commissioner Charles H. announced that he would be resigning from City Hall for personal reasons. His decision has marked the fourth resignation by a Tarpon Springs city official in the last 4 months. Phillips' decision comes fast on the heels of employee transitions in the city. In December, General Gerald P. Goulash, city engineer, resigned from his post. Personnel manager Don Walsh and city commissioner Michael S. Theodosis resigned in January. Mr. Phillips stated, "We have a problem." Phillips replied, "We try to accept a city manager form of government and then we won't." Phillips' remarks refer to the firing of February of city manager Michael D. Goyer by the city commission. "Some of the commission aren't willing to relinquish their powers," Phillips said. "We are there to make laws and to run the city, and not to run the city." Phillips' last recommendation from City Hall after the city commission, Colianis voiced some concern over Phillips' resignation. "Each time we have a resignation, the board loses credibility with the city," he said. "Every time I think we are gaining, we're slowly losing." But while they were sitting there trying to destroy City Hall and create their own form of government, Mr. Terrapini and Blaine LaCourse were the leading people to start pushing this harbor master. Now, this harbor master was, let's look back at the February 10th, 1977. The city of Tarpon Springs may hire a waterborne traffic cop. Termed a harbor master, he would stop boats from speeding or emptying pollution, supervise loading and unloading, and collect docking fees along what city officials hope will be an expanding port. Commissioner John K. Terrapini introduced the idea at the city commission's work session Tuesday, saying he was upset about the oil, litter, and congestion of the boat traffic. Police Chief Blaine LaCourse agreed, adding, "The problem's not going to get any better. It's going to get worse because we're getting more boats in the river in the enclave." Earlier efforts to patrol the enclave have died. A harbor master committee was also formed, but most of the members have resigned, apparently after some disagreement with the city. Remaining committee members pledged Tuesday to try to reform the group and draw up harbor regulations that a harbor master could enforce. Joining the committee will be Terrapini, LaCourse, and Commissioner Charles H. Phillips. And this was February 10th, 1977. I read the article of 1978 where Phillips resigned. LaCourse said, "Reviving the effort to control the enclave is part of larger plans to take advantage of the city's marine setting." Goulash said he is initiating an effort to get federal money for dredging the river from the intercoastal waterway on the west of the sponge docks. He said the dredging would help alleviate frequent navigational problems, especially in the silted-in turning basin near the sponge docks. "Almost every other boat is losing part of its keel or its rudder," he said. "The total cost of the dredging would be about $2.5 million. Goulash said, projecting his estimate from an earlier banning proposal by U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, noting the competition for federal money. He said dredging could not start before 1979, if that. So this has been an ongoing issue. Good old boy power, good old boy control. But the weirdest thing of it all was this article that I have found. And it was Tarpon Commissioner Terrapini resigns, November 21st, 1979. City Commissioner John Terrapini unexpectedly turned in his resignation Tuesday afternoon, effective immediately. In a brief statement, the two-term commissioner said he quit because "I must devote considerable more time to securing a more stable future for myself." He comes from a well-established Tarpon Springs family that operates a department store in the downtown area. Terrapini at times was at odds with the city manager, Donald Sawyer, charging that the commissioners were not provided with sufficient information to make decisions. Sawyer once resigned after a verbal battle with Terrapini, but later retracted the resignation. Now, I just want to point out their whole job creating this harbor master was to control everything going out the river and everything coming in. You know exactly where I'm going at. So it's time to tell the truth about the history of the corruption here in Tarpon Springs. And if you think we're going to lay back, we're not. We're going to press on till we break this generational curse. You guys haven't deserved to run this city in a very long time. You'll side with anybody just to get your deals and pocket from everything. And I have to wonder, why did John Terrapini resign? You have an idea, Townsend? You have an idea?
Sir.
Do you have an idea, Jacob? Do you? I mean, you get to control everything coming in the river. You get to control everything going out. Thank you.
Go to more public comments tonight for the items that are not going to be covered on the agenda. Please state your name and address for the record.
Jim Colianis, Circle Drive, Tarpon Springs, Florida. I quit coming, excuse me, I quit coming a while back and watched you on TV because I couldn't take this guy anymore. He's full of innuendos. He always says something and tries to twist it into something else. Let me give you a good example. Last week, he talked about one of the city employees who owned a house in town, but hadn't moved in town. So somebody who reads newspapers that are 40 years old can't read the charter that specifically spells out who has to move into town. And the gentleman he took on doesn't have to move in town. Section 20 of the charter. It's not on the big cardboard, but if that's what it takes for you to read it, you ought to do it.
We got more to tell about you.
You can say what you want about
Sir,
me,
please
Sonny.
address the board
You
here.
epitomize one thing, okay? Dirty Harry movie, he said it the best. He's a figment of his own imagination. Let's go a little further. He spoke tonight about me, 1976. He wasn't even born, but he read the newspaper article and he twisted it tonight to talk about a city attorney who he claims I went after because they wanted some property to build a boardwalk, yada, yada, yada. That's not true. That's an outright lie. We voted on that issue to abandon the right-of-way going into Southern Street, going into the water. That city attorney family owned the property. They wanted us to abandon it. We said no. The next morning, I got a call saying, you have a letter in your mailbox, you need to read it. So I went up and read it. And that was a letter with 3 elected officials' names on it saying that to the Pinellas County that had been passed, that the commission passed it, which they never did. Okay, yeah, I went after him. I mean, this is the bad days when we did everything wrong. You listening to this trash? He doesn't know the facts. What he knows is innuendo. The thing about Commissioner Terrapini and I and city managers, it's kind of shameful on his part not to know what goes on, because when you terminate a city manager or an employee, it affects them for the rest of their lives. And you don't do that for no reason. Mr. Goyer was probably one of the brightest city managers that we had in this town. Okay? He was terminated because he had a personal problem he could no longer control. I don't care what he said or what that paper said. I know because I was there. We didn't embarrass him. He left. Okay? The other city manager, Don Sawyer, was a military gentleman and wanted to be in charge of everything. That's not in the paper, okay? It didn't matter what the mayor said at that time, he countered it, okay? He was talked to personally. I can tell you for a fact, I went to his house and spoke to him and his wife.
Sir, your time's up unless you have someone that can donate time.
I do have my son here, Tony, that will give me his 2 minutes.
Tony, the same last name?
Colianis, yes,
Okay.
Wegman Drive.
Thank you.
And I'm going to end with this one because I'm going to be here from now on to start calling this guy out. I'm sick of it. He doesn't have the right to call anybody out up here. We talk about, and I've heard tonight about, I'm sick and tired of hearing this, okay? I'm sick and tired of hearing it too. And I'm sick and tired of him telling me that I was the bad guy. We were the good guys. We started the change. Had he been born earlier, maybe he would understand that. He wasn't even around, okay? And speaking of change, and speaking of people who got in trouble and innuendos about former commissioners, he needs to look in the mirror. There's more problems there than he's brought out. I'll be back, guys. I'm telling you, it's not going to besmirch my name publicly anymore.
Thank you. Is there any other public comments tonight that aren't going to be discussed on the agenda? Seeing none, Ms. Manousis, have we received any emails?
We have one email to be read into the record, Vice Mayor.
Okay.
James Spinolis, 315 Athens Street. Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, like many citizens, I have been troubled by the recent events at City Hall, particularly the attacks made on Commissioner Vaticiotis by other commissioners for allegedly bullying the city manager. Pursuant to the city charter, Commissioner Vaticiotis raised legitimate questions to the city manager about the lack of progress on public projects, the condition of city properties, and the lack of long-term strategic plans for the city. Questions which have still not been answered. Instead of addressing these questions, the other commissioners have attempted to deflect the issue on whether or not Commissioner Vaticiotis' emails to the city manager were unprofessional. I direct those commissioners' attention to the city charter, Article 2, Section 13, which states, nothing in the foregoing is to be construed to prohibit individual commissioners from closely scrutinizing by questions and personal observation all aspects of city government operations so as to obtain independent information to assist the members in the formulation of sound policies to be considered by the Board of Commissioners. It is the express intent of the charter that recommendations for improvement in city operations by individual commissioners be made to and through the city manager, so that the manager may coordinate efforts of all city departments to achieve the greatest possible savings through the most efficient and sound means available. It is the sworn duty of each members of the commission to closely scrutinize all aspects of city government operations. Perhaps those commissioners could spend less time on ornamental clocks, floor pots, and pickleball courts, and more time on the serious issues facing our city, which Commissioner Vaticiotis is attempting to do. Thank you. That is all.
Mr. Jump, do we have anyone attending online wishing to speak about any item that's not going to be discussed tonight on our agenda?
If anyone would like to make public comments at this point, please raise your hand and you'll be allowed to talk. We do have a raised hand, sir, but I'll allow them in. If you could state your name and address for the record. Oh, nope, they have lowered their hand and we do not have any other raised hands, sir.
Okay, we're going to move on to the consent agenda. Number one is satisfaction of release of liens. Number two is attorney fees, Trask Dano LLP, invoice May 4th, 2021. Number 3 is special events. A, we have Athens by Night. B, First Fridays. C, Hippie Fest. D, Sponge Docks Arts and Craft Show, September. E, Sponge Dock Arts and Craft Show, October. F, Seafood Festival. Number 4, ratify emergency construction work utilizing expired contract number 180006-B-RS, utility rehabilitation and construction services. Number 5, award file number 210147-C-AM, pavement and roadway infrastructure, utilizing City of Largo bid number 19-B-690. Are there any items the commission would like to pull? Seeing none. Ms. Manousis, have we received any emails on these items?
No emails.
Mr. Jump, do we have any attendees wishing to speak online?
If anyone would like to speak on these items, please raise your hand. You'll be allowed in to talk. And we do not have any raised hands at this time, sir.
Okay. Do we have any public comment on these items? This is the consent agenda, items 1 through 5. Seeing none. Chair will entertain a motion.
Motion approved.
Second. Okay. Roll call.
Commissioner Vaticiotis?
Yes.
Commissioner Donovan?
Yes.
Commissioner Terrapini?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Carr?
Yes. So move on to the special consent consent agenda. Item number 6, award bid number 2101-B-AM, installation of pickleball court. City manager.
As you know, we heard this bid at the last meeting and it was decided that it needed 3 readings because of the use of green space. I'm not going to get into that because we'll just move forward. There's a lot of information to ask for. There's a long history to the building of these pickleball courts. They're approved, budgeted. We held back over 2 cycles because we had hoped to get a recreational grant to pay for them, which would put that money, back into our coffers. We were unsuccessful in those 2. We brought it forward. So I've given you as much history as we could get together of those courts, the popularity, and most of the things that was asked for in the backup. So we'll hear this for the second time tonight. I believe we'll need all four votes to move it forward to its third and final reading, but there will be one more reading of that. And if there's any of the vast information that you have in the backup that you want for the third meeting, I'll be glad to bring it to you so we can move forward and get on with these courts.
Okay. Ms. Menosis, do we have any emails on this item?
No emails on this.
Okay. Mr. Jump, do we have anyone that wishing to speak on this item online?
If anyone online would like to speak on these items, please raise your hand. You'll be allowed in to talk. And we do not have any raised hands at this time, sir.
Okay. Do we have any public comments on item number 6? Seeing none, the chair will entertain a motion.
Second.
Okay. Do we have any discussions or comments amongst the board? Commissioner Terrapini?
I just say that I'm appreciative of the extent of the backup in terms of trying to give us a idea of exactly what this will look like. Not only on that particular corner where it is proposed to be positioned, but also the dimensions of the courts and plenty of photos to give a really good idea of what exactly is to be installed there. And to me, there's still quite a bit of green space, and I think it would be a welcomed addition.
Commissioner Donovan?
Yeah, I know a couple residents, I think, spoke last time, or maybe it was one of the commissioners, about possibly doing the shuffleboard courts. And I think staff could confirm. Wasn't it just confirmed? We looked into it and the pickleball courts didn't fit where the shuffleboard courts
Correct. They're not fit into the space there.
Okay. So I just wanted to address that. Also, if this ends up moving forward tonight, just something to be aware of is it says substantially complete within 120 calendar days from notice to proceed. That's just something for staff. Recently with our Dorset Park basketball courts redo. The project turned out great. I encourage everybody to go play on the courts, check out the courts. But that was something where the contractor got a lot of the work done early and then took a couple weeks off, and it just, it was almost there. It was 90% done, and they just needed the last 10%, and ended up taking them so much time. So that's just something I want to make sure we hold the contractor accountable for, is even though it says 120 days, let's get it done as quick as we can.
Commissioner Vaticiotis?
Thank you. I do have some questions and comments. First of all, thank you for the backup. It's what I'd asked for, so I appreciate that from the rec board and everything. The one question that I had was, has the commission ever acted on this? Any past commission?
I could speak on it. I mean, if you,
I'm not, I just, if the city manager recollects anything.
It was passed in the budget. It was passed in the budget by the commission. The only reason it was held on to move forward after October and the budget took effect was those grants came up, and we were told that we had a real good chance at the grants. And even after the first one failed, they encouraged us to put in again. So the reason it got stalled for that long a time was we were trying to, again, get the grants and put that money back in to do another project. So that's the only reason you see the long delay from when this started to end, was the thought that we may be able to get grant money to finance it.
When I went through the backup with a rec board, and I saw that they struggled with it as well over a period of many months, I guess. And with regard to the location of it being at where it's proposed right now, to the fact that it's an outdoor facility, and there was a general feeling that they wouldn't be used without any shade, and there is none proposed as part of this. Is that right? I didn't
Correct.
see it. Okay. And then on top of that, there was an issue with wind affecting the shuffleboard, the pickleball play, and so forth. And it finally went down to, it almost had reached an impasse. And I saw some comments from Mr. Funchin that he left it up to you, and you came back and says, let's just go with it at that location. I think there was some, although it wasn't clear, there's a little bit of discussion about Craig Park back there at the same time. And you said to not to proceed any further on Craig Park, and that's okay. I don't need to know any more about that, which I think was the right call. I also looked at, and you and I had a brief conversation that we do have some indoor courts right now. And the best I can tell is that we've got 3 of them that take up the entire community center. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And that's only for certain evenings that's done for and everything.
Yes.
And then I went through some of the Tarpon has 3 dual purpose or 3 indoor courts that they're not full-time. Oldsmar is the only one out of Dunedin and Safety Harbor, as well as us, that has 3 dedicated courts. Dunedin's got 3 dual-purpose use courts, and Safety Harbor has 6 indoor dual-purpose courts. And then, of course, nearby, we've got pickleball facilities at Crescent Oaks, CSA facility at Palm Harbor, and all of them charge, and I believe we do too, within the range of $2 to $5. From my perspective, I'm not disagreeing that pickleball courts would be nice to have. I'm just looking at it from the standpoint of priority. For example, I'd asked for some shade for the playground area at Sunset Beach, and I was told that would have to wait until next year. And also, we just demolished a shelter at Sunset Beach, which I guess we would have to wait till next year. And those items are heavily used. And right now, I just don't see the justification in terms of priorities for spending $65,000 for this facility, knowing that we've got these other deficiencies that are, in my opinion, a higher priority. I'm not saying that this is not a nice to have thing. I just think that there's some other things right now that are a higher priority. So that's my sense on it. Thank you.
thank you. So my approach, I've been on the board for, this is going on my 5th year I'm serving now. And this did come up a few years back when it was first initiated. I had no idea what a pickleball game was or anything along those lines. We had some good discussions on the board at the time. And I do appreciate city staff going after grants. That was one thing that we pushed them on and saying, let's use someone else's money before we use our own money. And I really have to commend staff on that. I think they've done a great job really with trying to really squeeze the grants out that we can to stretch the residents' tax dollars further here locally. With that, I'm in support of this. I mean, I don't play pickleball currently, but I do know there's a demand for it. So I'm happy to support this. Just for clarification, city attorney, if you could help me out in this one, or city clerk, this needs to be a supermajority. Is that correct based on the charter?
That's correct.
So since there's only 4 of us here tonight, would the supermajority still be 4 or would it be 3?
It would be 4.
Okay. I don't know how the vote's obviously going to stand, but I mean, I would maybe ask that someone look at deferring this until a next meeting when we have a full board.
I'm sorry, the last part, Mayor.
I would say I'm not sure how the vote's going to go, but I would recommend deferring this until we have a full board.
That's fine with me. I don't have any objection to that.
So if someone wanted to adjust their motion, they're welcome to, or we can move forward.
There's not currently a motion, is there?
Yeah.
To approve?
Yeah.
Yes.
Gotcha. Oh, that's right. We took it before. Got it.
Okay. All right. If there's no amendments, then we can move forward with roll call.
Commissioner Vaticiotis?
This is for deferring the item.
No, this is to approve it.
No.
Commissioner Donovan?
Yes.
Commissioner Terrapini?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Carr?
Yes. Are we going to move on to number 7? Item number 7, authorize execution of complete streets funding agreement with Ford Pinellas. City Manager.
I'll let Renee give this presentation.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. Renee Benson, Planning Director. Before you this evening is an agreement for complete streets funding between Fort Pinellas and the City of Tarpon Springs. As you recall, back in September, the board authorized a scope of services with Kimley Horn to do an initial assessment of the distant corridor and also to apply to Fort Pinellas for complete streets concept planning grant on the city's behalf. As a result, we did receive the full $100,000 award from Ford Pinellas to move forward with kind of a phase 2, if you will, to develop concepts for not just what might the form of the connection be, if there is a connection, but the entire distant corridor. So this agreement with Ford Pinellas allows us to move forward with that scope of services, and it's kind of a pass-through type of situation for billing and invoicing. So, and we have to use Ford Pinellas's authorized consultant. Kimley Horn is one of their consultants, so we will continue with them. So that's the first piece of this. I would respectfully like to ask that we move up Commissioner Vaticiotis's agenda item, which was number 16, which is related to this item tonight. I'll let the commissioner speak more to that, but I think in a nutshell, it is a request of the board to consider some additional funding that would be paid for by the city because it would be outside the scope of the what could be in the Complete Streets Concept Planning Grant, but it could be an add-on to that would be paid for by the city to address, do some, I guess, analysis, intersection analysis for Mears and Alt 19, but I'll let the commissioner speak more to that, and then we can kind of wrap this up. Thank you.
City Manager, do you have anything else to add?
No.
Okay. Ms. Manousis, have we received any emails for this item?
No emails on this
Okay.
item.
Mr. Jump, do we have any attendees online wishing to speak or on the phone?
If anyone online would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand and you'll be allowed in to talk. And we do not have any raised hands at this time, sir.
Okay. Public comment, please. Please state your name and address for the record.
Peter Lax, 514 Ashland Avenue. I see Ms. Dabbs in the audience, and I would like to recognize her and thank her for her being here. And I'm going to help take up a part of her cause. Thank you, Renee, and appreciate Forward Pinellas helping us to find a safe way to open up Diston. But as I mentioned at the last time we had an opportunity to speak about this, from my understanding, the distance from Klosterman to where it's blocked up is Tarpon Springs Road. So you have control of it. And you do have the power right now to stop a lot of the speeding that's already going on there. I mentioned it, put a stop sign at Shady Hollow. What's the next one? Ivy Lane. They come up the top of the hill, a little bit down, they hit Shady Hollow, you got to stop. You're going to break that speed instead of them just coming and going. So you do have that power. And I would like to say also that as this project moves forward, hear more about the public meetings and the Zoom meetings or the in-person meetings that are going to be maybe available on this project. So all the citizens have input into this valuable project. Thank you.
Any other public comments on these items?
Thank you. Mike Eisner, 1515 Riverside Drive. Two things I wanted to touch base with. This is just, there's a section here in the preservation order and decorum. The mayor shall preserve order and shall prevent attacks on personalities or the impugning of motives of particular members. So I just wanted to let you know that in listening to the prior conversation.
Is this about this comment that we're talking about here,
Well,
sir?
It is not.
Okay, we're talking about the item here, number 7.
I'm gonna get to that
execution
as
of complete
well.
streets funding and agreement with Ford Pinellas. So
I just was
we want to
hearing
focus on this one,
comments.
please.
And the other question that I had, there was no public comment about the prior topic that we just had. So there was no, about the pickleball ball?
It was asked.
Okay, well, maybe I missed that.
Yes, sir.
So what I did want to ask about the distant situation is that did we exercise all avenues of how to create better traffic control without getting involved in making this a pass? Because in my opinion, I would like to see something open up, but possibly for pedestrian or for bicycle, but not so much to have people coming down Belcher and sailing through a area that is really not meant to have thoroughfare like that. So unless there's going to be some sort of background research to where there's room to have people being able to back up out of their driveways without getting T-boned, this is something I'm dead against. You know, I've been on that street numerous times. It's very residential. It's very narrow. And I know we keep pushing that we don't want an overpass over Tarpon Avenue, and we don't want an overpass or add to Alt 19. But to open up Distant Avenue, I just think it's crazy. So in my opinion, I don't want to see this go through, except to have it for emergency vehicles. That's the one thing that I do want to see. So if there's a way that we can get emergency vehicles to go through, because if there is a situation where we need to get an emergency vehicle to Distant, they'd have to go all the way around both sides. So as far as I'm concerned, that's a hindrance, and I'd like to see that there's a quicker way to get there, but not for passenger vehicles. Okay, thank you.
Ken Saya, 403 Roosevelt. Kind of disagree with the last gentleman. I believe that we need that corridor to make the connector to Belcher. There's not enough ingress and egress for Tarpon, and we're just getting bigger. I would agree that to try to mitigate the traffic going all the way through Distant, but we just did the Mears extension. Think it's great. if there's a way that you can make that connection to Belcher and do some kind of traffic calming configuration, let's redo Mango all the way out to 19. I think it would ease a lot of traffic concerns. 19, I mean, probably one of the worst sections of 19 is right here in Tarpon Springs because of the amount of traffic we have going in and out onto 19. So I think if we can get a lot more people using, especially with the new apartments there at the by the hospital, I think it would be a great thing for Tarpon Springs, and it would relieve a lot of traffic off of both, really a lot off of Pinellas Avenue. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comments on this item tonight?
Panagiotis Koulias, 595 Peninsula Avenue. This is another pet peeve project. Vice Mayor, you know it's coming from yourself. I don't know why you want to infringe on the quality of life of the people on both sides of Distant Avenue. You heard from the homeowners association from the Woods. You heard from the homeowners association from Oakleaf Village. You've heard from Mrs. Dabbs on the other side of the community. The problem with this, and I appreciate the man talking about the extension that needs to happen, is it should have happened originally with the Mears extension. And this project's been talking about for 13 years. Now what's going to happen is you're going to create a bottleneck back at one of the most crucial spots in Tarpon Springs, which I heard that percentage, which it never left my head. You're going to increase that intersection by 113 or 130%. And I'm talking about the Distant MLK intersection, right there where the flashing lights are. Do you know the history of why the flashing lights are added there? One of my friend's sisters passed away because she was hit by a vehicle over there. So all you guys are doing now is when that road has to get finished from Mango Street down to US 19, you're going to funnel all those people going to Mears to have to turn north down to the Distant intersection where there's chaos. It's a big hill going up and down. You have to walk across it really fast, and you're just going to create more of a traffic issue at one of the most terrible spots. So, and you know, Mr. Carr, you live on a dead end street. Would you like it if somebody built a bridge from over the river where people could come through, pass through your street? If you knew that was going to happen down the road, you wouldn't do that. That's why those people invested in Oakleaf, in the Woods, and on the backside off of Harrison Street in the community. So they didn't have to worry about any through traffic. And all these roads aren't even complete yet for you guys to even do proper studies to see if it's feasible. They can come up here and bring your directors and your engineers and, you know, get paid to tell them what you guys want to hear. But in the end, it doesn't mean it's the truth. And another thing, I'm going to say it. I'm always going to say it. Be careful as you try to gentrify the area, taking care of the Black community over time. I personally think it's just one more step over a series of decades process to gentrify the area, whatever the outcome is of it. And you're destroying, you're building an area of movement that the people don't want over there. So be careful now as new construction needs to happen. The Distant MLK corridor is going to be hectic, and you all are to blame on it. The poor city management planning is to blame on it and all that. And unfortunately you are too, Vice Mayor. You're the one who's pushed it. As long as Commissioner Terrapini can get land deals done, he'll let you have it too as well. I mean, it's not right. It's not right how you guys want to just sit there and shape up our city because you guys want to play Monopoly in Sim City. So focus on infrastructure that already needs to be done. Got plenty of roads in the historic areas that need to be fixed. Plenty of roads all across Tarpon Springs. The check valves have been a disgrace to the city management for 5-6 years. The Mears extension was originally produced in the presentation of Mark LaCourse's hiring 13-14 years ago when I found it in the PowerPoint. And here we are. We extended the road and we stopped. We basically halved it for we got 1/3 of the road left. So there's a lot that comes with it. It's time for you guys to start facing the truth about the future of Tarpon Springs, about a professional who can really manage our city. Thank you.
Ms. Dabbs?
I'm Annie Dams, 803 South Distance Avenue. I would like the commissioners to,
Ms. Dabbs, can you pull the microphone down a little bit so I can hear you a little better? Thank you.
thank you. Okay, as I said before, in addressing this issue, I would like the commissioners to take into consideration the really safety issues that I mentioned before. And there really is some great safety issues there. Last week, I had to come off my porch and I ran to the driveway to see if any traffic was coming south on Distance, because two cars was racing side by side going on the east direction towards US 19. Happened, nothing was coming. If it was, they couldn't have seen it anyway because the church is sitting there. And already there is 4 stop signs ignored. And there are officers there sometimes, and I understand they can't be there all the time. But the problem is there is a safety issue there. And I think that need to be addressed. I don't know if perhaps maybe a crosswalk, especially on the Mears Distance side, because it's pretty long and there is few children that pass the house going to catch the bus on Harrison Street. And there is sometimes there's, like I say, the cars just keep going and it causes a problem. And I am already encountering, just with that new opening, much more traffic than I ever thought would come through there is coming, especially trucks. I saw a flatbed come through there carrying a very large van. He did not stop. He should have stopped for the stop sign, but he did not. So I'm just asking to get some consideration for the safety there on the intersection Mears, Mango, and Distant. And the reason I keep saying that, because when I saw this newspaper article, and hopefully there's no borderline, because it's just talk about East Top On and Distant. But really there are safety issues on Distance, Mears, Mango intersection. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Jackie Turner, 792 Chesapeake Drive. So Ms. Dabbs is a tough act to follow, but I must say after a few weeks ago when she had come to speak and this issue was presented, it really piqued my interest. So I drove Distant through different eyes, looking at things differently, passing your home, definitely seeing things. And I must say before that drive, I'd gone up and down the street occasionally, but I usually go up and down MLK, and that intersection is quite concerning. I saw it completely differently, and I stopped and talked to Rudy, who's a lifelong resident, sits outside, waves to everyone, and we sat out there in front of his driveway for a while, chatting. Everyone's waving to Rudy, and the near misses and seeing things. If you've ever walked it, I hope you've walked it, because there's so many blind driveways. The sidewalks get narrow. There's inconsistency. I appreciate, commissioners bringing this forward and seeing that study. So I just encourage us, maybe we can come up with some sort of compromise and creativity with this. I'm intrigued by Mr. Eisner's idea about, do we limit it to just emergency vehicles in some ways? Trucks barreling down there could be a concern. Speed tables is an idea. something that would make a better environment for pedestrians and drivers and the citizens alike. Have we thought about maybe having some sort of, resident town hall meeting hosted there at Union Academy, getting people's feedback on it? Like I said, I'm excited about this project, cautiously optimistic that it'll be a good resolution to these, safety issues for all. But just really want to make sure that we're keeping everyone engaged. So thank you.
Thanks.
Chris Rabowski, 1602 Gulf Beach Boulevard, Tarpon Springs, 34689. So the most important thing about this project, whether you go through with it or not, is communication. And so whether you have a town hall meeting or not, I mean, you could literally walk to the homeowners' houses and knock on their door and just tell them what's going on. I mean, we had the city, there's several Board of Adjustment members here tonight, and I'm sure they will recall there was a young gentleman who had recently purchased a house and he wanted to put in a driveway, and the city not only opposed it, but the city sent in, I think it was Tom Function, somebody, to give a presentation on why we shouldn't let this guy have a driveway. And his proposal, why this man shouldn't have a driveway, was because, well, the city's going to, we're eventually going to expand this road. And I was like, well, did you bother to tell this guy before he bought his house, or even after he bought his house? Did you tell him that? I mean, you guys could have let him know it wasn't Tom's fault. Somebody above him that could have made that judgment call to let neighbors know, hey, eventually this road's going to be a thoroughfare. So you got to treat it a little differently, right? You got to we gave the man his driveway because he met the criteria. So you got to have communication with the people. If you're going to put this thing through, Diston, you got to ask everybody, how they feel about it. And if you're just going to ramrod through like you always do, you at least got to let them know it's coming so they can make precautions for their children and their families. I mean, this kind of government can't keep going the way it's been going. You got to communicate with the people and let them know what the plans are. And these town halls are great, but a lot of people can't attend or they're afraid to attend. So, door to door is best. If you can't do that, pick up the phone. If you can't do that, send them an email, send them a letter. There are many ways to communicate with people in this town, but not doing anything, that's been the way. When people are affected, you're supposed to let them know. Like this project. Did anybody notify anybody that would be affected by this? Did anybody bother? Remember, that's in the charter. That's in the code. You're supposed to notify people when there's going to be something on the agenda that can affect them. I remember when I was on the agenda, I wasn't notified. I was notified when my item was removed. So if there's going to be something on the agenda, please notify the people, write them a letter, give them a phone call, send them an email, or knock on their door. It's not that far away. This isn't a big town. I mean, we handed out hundreds of flyers, just a handful of us. We covered entire neighborhoods. It's just like 4 people did it. Hundreds of flyers to let them know about that Ann Claude Harbor boat, and they all wrote emails. They let you hear what they had to say, but you didn't let them know about it. We had to let them know. We had to let them know. So more communication is better, whether you're going to put this thing through or not. You just have to let people know. And you got to follow the city code. You got to follow the rules. This just can't keep going the way it's going. Something's got to change. Something's got to give. Thank you.
Thanks. Based on the rules, you've spoken once. I'm sorry about that. Do we have any comments tonight? Okay. We're gonna, the chair will entertain a motion for item number 7.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Okay. We're going to go to commission comments and discussions. There's a couple things I want to bring up during the comments tonight. And Ms. Dabbs brought this up, I believe, also last meeting. I want to ask the city manager to look at the intersection of Diston, Mango, and Mears. I believe when I was on I was on the road Sunday, I noticed there's big flags at the new four-way stop where the dump is, or the yard waste facility is. But I think it would probably be advantageous for the city to add some additional flags at the Diston, Mears, and Mango to really call these out, to show that these are added stop signs. We've had complaints now multiple times from Ms. Dabbs about what's going on in this intersection. So I'd like to ask that be looked at. And then a couple other things too. A couple of comments came up about Mango. I believe Mango is going to start, the first phase is going to be starting here in the next month or two. Is that right?
As soon as that, we have been waiting on them to move the utilities. If you see, they're finally our hold up, we've been ready to go, but we have the gas line that has to be moved and Duke Energy. So we've been waiting on them. If you look on there, we're finally seeing the progress of what we're doing, but we can't start until those utilities are done. So dealing with Duke Energy and the gas company, I can't give, but that's our hopes. And with the work that we've seen going on the past couple of weeks, hopefully that'll be it. But that's what the wait is for. We've been ready to go on it. We're just waiting for them moving the utilities.
So I've seen Duke Energy moved. Has Clearwater Gas?
Yes, they've been out.
Okay.
They've mobilized now also. So that's why I think we'll be able to meet that deadline unless there's a delay with them.
So just for the public edification, there's going to be two phases of this. We have one that's funded currently, and there's going to be a second one that's going to be funded, I'm assuming possibly next budget cycle. I don't know for sure. And then there's a comment that was made also about people backing out of their driveways along Diston. This is one of the things that I brought up probably over a year and a half ago when I first brought this up to the commission, was how can we respect the residents that are currently in these neighborhoods and also open this area up for more traffic to pass through Tarpon to Mears or potentially MLK. And that was one of the discussions that I think it's really an important part to have in this design and plan that we move forward with, is to really how that could work. So if the trail or pathway is going to be part of the road for the complete streets, can it coincide with Duke Energy's easement since it's a trail potentially? I don't know. Have those discussions been had? Is that something we could discuss? I think it's really important to have a backup area for the residents that live along Diston. To me, I think a frontage road would be best if there's enough room. I'm not sure if that's something that we're looking at or have the availability to even do. I did present some just rough sketches of what that could look like. Again, no engineering, but these are some spitballing ideas on how we could make sure that it's still a street for people to live on, and then also have traffic come down this road. So with that, I'm grateful for Ford Pinellas to provide this grant to the city. I think it's a good planning opportunity to put some more time into it. Thank you for our staff for the work that you've done to get that grant. I don't think we would have been able to get that without our staff and the great job that they did putting the grant application together. So with that, Commissioner Terrapini.
Thanks, Vice Mayor. Just to jump right into the grant, Renee, you had mentioned something about trying to discuss, I think it's item 16 as well.
Yes.
I'm in favor of hearing that, if now's the time to try and get a better idea for some additional services. I'm also grateful to Ford Pinellas regarding this grant. I think it's a great partnership between us and the county. I'm sensitive to some of the safety concerns and just the change in the characteristics of the neighborhood. So I definitely want to make sure that it's right. And regarding the additional tasking for Kimberly Horn, I support that for the reasons listed in Commissioner Vaticiotis's memo. And additionally, I'd like to try and really show some sensitivity to making sure that if this does go forward, that we're doing so in a sensitive manner for the neighborhood and making sure that all the traffic calming devices and pedestrian alerts and everything like that are in place. So do you have anything to add to trying to talk about the additional scope of service for Kimberly Horn? Or
That really is, I mean, if there's agreement amongst the board, what we would do is go back and work with Kimley Horn for that scope. And that we would bring that back to the board for, for finalization. And,
Right.
Obviously we don't have a cost at this point and
Right.
things like that. So I think tonight I'm just, looking for, if there's agreement, then we'll run with that and we'll come back to the board with a, a scope, either an independent scope or an add to the,
A la carte.
to the work that's going to be tasked through the MPO. So
You think that they would be receptive to that?
the MPO, the MPO grant is specific to what's in the grant application. That becomes an exhibit to that agreement with them. They don't care if we use them for additional services as long as we pay for anything outside the scope of the grant.
So if this does have consensus tonight and you do go back to Kimberly Horn, if you could just see if, instead of just getting one option a la carte, maybe get a couple options for us aside from just the corridor study on Pinellas Avenue with the additional traffic, if this was to go through, but also, potentially some help with the traffic calming devices and pedestrian alerts and things like that, if we do move forward with the Distant Avenue extension.
Well, the distant corridor study, the complete streets, and for the benefit of the public, I probably should have taken a moment to talk a little more about what will happen in this next phase under the complete streets concept planning. So what the consultant will do is they will work with the public. There will be focus groups, walking audits, and it's really to develop different concepts of what that corridor can be. And it's not just looking at that one piece of the connection and what that might be. We're looking at the entire corridor. Do we, where are there sidewalk gaps? Where do we need traffic calming? If we do make the connection, is it a full connection? Is it an emergency only connection? Is it a bike ped, or is it a combination of those things? So that's kind of the beauty of the complete street, concept planning, is it's going to look at all those things.
So that should sufficiently cover that then.
It should, yes, for that quarter, yes.
Great. That's all I had. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Our city attorney just stepped out for a second. I guess I need some clarification on this one from the board standpoint. Renee asked if we could talk about item 16 as well, move it up. I did not, we didn't disclose that we're going to be talking about both of them at the same time when we went to public comment. I think I need to open it back up to public comment for that. Is the board in favor to discussing both of them at the same time for going on right now?
Yes.
Any issues?
Yes, that's fine.
Okay. So Commissioner Vaticiotis, can you go ahead and cover what you're talking about and that you have proposed for 16, and we'll open it back up for public comment?
Should I include my distant corridor comments as well, or save those till later?
Yeah, go ahead and make your presentation for 16, and then we'll come back and have the board
Right.
comments.
Well, after Ash Properties gave their presentation on Manatee Village Shopping Plaza, I got to thinking and looked at some of the information that we had at the property appraiser. It was built in the late 80s, early 90s, and was inhabited at that time. FDOT issued the driveway cuts for Morgan, Mears, and alternate 19 South Pinellas there. And according to Mr. Whitfield, the footprint is not going to change anything. There's not going to be any new square footage or anything. So technically, there is no need to go back to FDOT for anything. But since the 90s, it became successful, was occupied, and then over time, things started moving around, and now it's largely unoccupied. But nevertheless, growth has occurred on alternate 19, and we see it now with Icaria and other things continuing to put pressure on the intersection of Mears and South Pinellas, and also MLK and Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard and South Pinellas. And so I got to thinking, since the Kimberly Horn study was underway, and they are in the corridor, that is part of the corridor, they're in that area. Maybe we should consider asking them for a change order or an addition to their original contract. And I did have conversation with Ms. Vincent about how to do that. And so I think that she went back and that detail has been worked out about how to do that. And just recall, even with Belcher, right now, there's nothing in FDOT's 5-year plan involving Tarpon Springs for anything. Yet, for example, down in Palm Harbor, there are some projects, traffic mitigation projects going on, alternate 19 there, to help actually kind of free up some of the bottlenecks at the intersections there. Florida Avenue is one, for example. And then also, it was just something that I just thought it was a natural thing to do, that we should just go ahead and take advantage of that at this point. That's pretty much it.
Okay. City Attorney, if I could ask for some clarification real quick. We did move up item 16. I did not disclose that to the public comment that we're going to be talking about item 16 also. Do I need to open it back up for public comment for that?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Manusa, is there any emails on this item that we received? Okay.
Else?
Mr. Jump, do we have any attendees wishing to speak online about this item number 16?
If anyone online would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand and you'll be allowed in to talk. And we do not have any raised hands at this time, sir.
Okay, thank you. Public comment, you'll have 4 minutes. Please state your name and address for the record.
Hi, Joan Jennings, 2204 Pine Drive. I participated in the resident Zoom meeting from Kinley Horn, and I strongly endorse Commissioner Vaticiotis' suggestion, because as the people in Green Dolphin and that whole area are really experiencing, tremendous traffic issues. And I think just expanding the study makes all kinds of sense. Thank you.
Sure. Next comment.
Ken Saya, 403 Roosevelt. Just to expand on what I was trying to say earlier. I personally, just from my perspective, I don't see Diston as a north-south corridor. It doesn't make any sense. The town's old, the streets are small. There's no benefit to that other than to drive those residents out. Why can't we stop it at the Mears right there and just let Diston be Diston? Call it something else, doing the Belcher connection. The Belcher connection is the key. That's what the town needs, is more ingress and egress. You're not really bothering anybody by doing that. I know I'm sure there's somebody who's going to come up with something to say about that, but I think that's the best balance for the city and for the residents of Diston. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mike Eisner, 1515 Riverside Drive. I don't understand the last comment. You can't really stop that on Mears. That's where the whole opening is. The opening is between Mears and Belcher. So once you open that up, it's almost impossible to try to stop that at Mears. So I personally think that it should only be open, like I said, pedestrian, bicycle, and emergency vehicle, police and fire. But we don't really need the people from Mears that own from Mears to Belcher. It's going to be a accident waiting to happen. It's a totally residential area, and unless you're going to lean the highway into the west and away from the homes, which I don't know if we can do. That would be my only way to do this. But I really don't see the benefit to it. I see more deficit. For years, everybody's been going through Belcher and making the left and going over to Alt 19 and coming around. So I really don't see that we should be putting people out. Once we opened up Mears, like I've heard and watched and seen, it's become the Indy 500 going down there. Nobody's stopping at that stop sign. So, we don't need more traffic there. We need to move traffic better elsewhere. And until we do a full survey to find out how we could pick up the traffic, making it better, I just don't want to jump into something and put people out. So, thank you.
Thanks. Next comment, please.
Peter Lacus, 514 Ashland Avenue. As it was mentioned previously about communication, I would like to ask that say that I did attend one of the Zoom meetings with the consultant Jared from Kimley Horn. And it was, of the people there, the biggest issue is safety and how to create this project such that it's a win-win for everybody. And those problems can be solved. But again, it comes down to getting a variety of people together and give them facts about the various options or what is available, and then it can be decided. So even though at this point we're talking about 16, I know it's kind of gone off thing, but the whole purpose of why I'm back up here about 16 is because it is important to get as much traffic information as to that whole area. As the gentleman, Mr. Eisner, said earlier, people come up Belcher, turn left on Curlew and cut through. Well, that's a residential neighborhood too. And they've been dealing with it. And if you've ever had come up that way from Palm Harbor and there's something going on somewhere and everything backs up, so distant is a necessary access. And I would have to say again that there are things the city can do right now with regards to this road beyond what the study comes up. First off, why is going eastbound on that brand new road of Mears East 35 miles an hour, where everywhere else in the city it's 30? Why is that 35? That just encourages people to go faster, and then they're going 40 or faster. Make that a 25 zone, at least for now. And I understand, I've seen the trucks doing some of the utility work, so I hope what's created on the east or west side of Diston matches the quality of what I've seen on the west side. But you do have to get a better picture. And part of that is what's happening at Curlew Place and alternate 19 and all the traffic that already cuts through there and what backs up to Mears and further up. And I know why at MLK and alternate 19, there's only one left turn to go south, but not from the other side to go north. And that the timing on that lights in the afternoon is horrible. I've seen at 4:30 when all the middle school buses come out and people are good, the traffic backs past banana. So the more information you have about the traffic flows within the city will allow you to make the best decisions as to where you need to do the things necessary to not only provide that flow and efficiency, but also respond to what the residents' concerns are and find ways to solve them, which I believe can be done. So I would ask that, again, that as Mr. Harbowski mentioned, let people know more about whatever forum is coming up or any Zoom meetings. I know people may be watching and they are computer literate to go to Connect Tarpon Springs or our website, but there's nothing wrong with paying $50 to the Suncoast News to put an ad in the paper. Thank you.
Chris Rabowski, 1602 Gulf Beach Boulevard, Tarpon Springs, 34689. So that is correct. I mean, you could actually do something to mitigate the issues that Annie Debs was talking about. I mean, you could put in speed bumps over there. You got them just before the bridge at the yacht club. Slows people down. You got a couple of huge ones on each side of that bridge. That's something that can be done. You could lower the speed limit to 20 miles an hour. This is whether you put the extension through Diston or not. These things can be done. If you can't have a police presence there all the time to stop people running that stop sign, put a speed bump there. That will slow them down. Put them on all four corners. And make it 20 miles. You got 20 miles an hour on Tarpon Avenue downtown because there's so much pedestrian traffic. Why not just do that? You can do that tomorrow. So, whether you're going to put this thing through or not, fix that problem. And that goes back to the other thing. But I missed that too, that we were talking about the pickleball thing that you called for commissioner comments. I respect that you said it and I didn't hear it. But if you're going to get funding for a new project, what about all these things that people have been talking about for years? Why don't you do that first? Why don't you get that spreadsheet out that the mayor talked about, that he asked the city manager to put together, and all those little things that are not being done? Well, why don't we do those first? And then start looking at pickleball and, extending this road. Why don't we fix the dangerous situation Annie Debs has brought up? And then think about maybe extending the road. Maybe. And look at all the other options. But you got to fix all this other stuff. I mean, the golf course and all this. So you can't just keep kicking the can down the road and then piling on new stuff. Got to fix what you got. And then you can move on. It's not a brand new concept. I mean, this is something that you got to do anyway. So sure, it's nice to have a wish list, but put that at the bottom of the list. After you've accomplished all this stuff, then you get the new stuff. Otherwise, what are you doing? Then you have another project that's undone and another project that's undone, and you just keep having all these undone projects. So think about fixing, repairing, rebuilding, just like the Manatee project. It's fixing something that was dilapidated instead of putting in something new on the river. Doesn't make any sense, why you would ignore one thing and just try to start somewhere else. These are things you can do. It's within your power. You have a budget. Thank you.
Any other public comments on item 16? Okay, seeing none, we're going to go back to board comments. Commissioner Terrapini, did you have anything else? Okay. I just have a couple questions. Commissioner Vaticiotis, if you could help me out understanding, it seems like that based on your backup, you mentioned US 19, Ultra 19, and some other roads in the area. What is the ask here for, it's an add-on or additional item that we could do with Kimberly Horn? What do we want to do with this?
Let me just point it out and then you can pick up on it. Basically, we weren't sure whether Kimberly Horn was contracted through the city or whether it was through the Ford Pinellas. And Ms. Vincent found out it's through Ford Pinellas. So this tasking would be a pass-through. Whatever Kimberly Horn would do as far as the tasking, the content, they would have to come back to the commission and present an amount. And then the commission would have to authorize that amount. And then we would go forward that amount to Ford Pinellas with reimbursing Kimberly Horn as part of that.
Okay.
Is that answer the question?
Yeah, I think what I just want to know from a clarification standpoint too, of what areas are we talking about? US 19 and Ultra 19?
No. This was basically it was from East Curlew Place to Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard with focus on the Mears South Pinellas intersection and the Martin Luther King. And the reason I mentioned East Curlew is because the hospital's working on obtaining a traffic light.
Understood.
So I would see whatever Kimberly Horn does is going to have to mesh with that project as well. So.
Okay. City manager, quick question on my end. I wouldn't imagine our procurement person's on the line, but is there a process from a procurement that we would have to go through from a bidding standpoint, or can we piggyback a contract? Do we know about this, or is that something you guys could research on the back end?
So we have two avenues, really. We use the Pinellas County General Planning Services contract to do the first phase of the Distin analysis. So we could continue with that, or they also are a consultant, authorized consultant through Ford Pinellas. same way, we can piggyback on that as part of, as an add-on to the work that they're going to do for the Complete Streets grant. So we have a couple of ways to go about it.
Okay.
But we can go directly to them. We don't need to go out for like an RFP or anything like that.
Okay,
Because
great.
they've gone through a competitive process and their general planning, qualified by those entities.
Okay, that makes sense. I mean, from this, I think it's important that we do the distant corridor with the Ford Pinellas. I do believe that this is a separate add-on, so obviously I don't think we could add it to the current study based on what it looks like to me. So I'll be curious to
It
hear.
would be additional tasking, like I said, we can tie it either to, as an additional task under the Complete Streets, that we would pay for, not Ford Pinellas, or we could do it as a separate task or an add-on to the existing contract that we just completed, or a new contract, just as a general planning consultant. We can utilize them to do that because it's analysis. They're not traffic engineering. So it's in the planning scope of work.
And
So
again,
we
that's
can
why
do
it was
that.
put on the agenda, 2 items, because it's 2 separate votes to approve and then to go look forward and bring back to you the proposal for the addendum.
Okay.
May I point something out also? The
Sure.
whole idea, the result of this study would feed back into Ford Pinellas with work for the MPO to give
Yeah.
FDOT an idea of what we want with regard to their 5-year plan for South Pinellas or alternate 19.
Got it.
That's the reason behind this. Right now, there's nothing in the 5-year plan.
And I do want to continue a little more discussion on this, Commissioner. So currently you'll see, I think FDOT is doing a roundabout in Palm Harbor and doing some other traffic mitigation in Dunedin. And there's not really a whole lot other than sidewalks in Tarpon. So you're saying potentially anywhere between, just to bring attention from Klosterman to, let's say, Dixie Avenue even, is there any other improvements that the FDOT can do and the city of Tarpon Springs go to FDOT and say, can you do this or something along those lines? Is that
If I'm
understanding
remember,
it?
I mean, if I understand correctly, the idea is to have an impact on the FDOT's 5-year plan.
Okay.
And if you recall, Mr. Snyder from Kimley Horn mentioned several enhancement features that may play into this intersection already. I'm talking about Mears specifically. And also, I'm not so sure that looking at commute time is the right measure of effectiveness as much as queuing at these intersections. I think a lot of the stress is created by the backups at these intersections, not so much how much we're going to be able to cut the commute time down from, let's say, Palm Harbor to inside of Tarpon Springs. And that would give us another bit of information to look at that we can kind of compare and see what seems to be the most important for improvements.
Thank you.
The other, just to add on to what the commissioner said with regard to the FDOT 5-year work plan, we also need to get identified projects into the MPO transportation priority plan. So it's kind of like that's the first step, then you get them into the DOT. So this is just how you work and obtain funding and get into funding, pipelines, either whether it's state or federal, funding for these types of projects. So it's a process and it takes sometimes years. So doing the upfront analysis and work is really important in order to put us in the right frame, the right footing to get onto those lists, if you will.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Donovan.
Yeah, thank you. Just one more point of clarification for Ms. Benson or Commissioner Vaticiotis. Are the results of these 2 studies, assuming we move forward with both of them, going to be presented separately, or would they be kind of a package deal?
I think that's going to be up to the city manager and the staff to work out. For me, as long as the results are.
Let me say this, we have a timeline on the Complete Streets grant of when it has to be done. And so I don't want to do anything to jeopardize that timeline because the funding will cut off from Ford Pinellas if we don't hit those timelines. So if we can do it simultaneously, great. And I think we can, but I just want to be cognizant of that timeline.
Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, I'm good with both studies moving forward. And again, I just want to emphasize to residents too. I mean, nothing that Ford Pinellas does is not safety first, pedestrian oriented. You're not going to get something coming out of us or them that's just saying, hey, we need justification to slap a highway, right on Diston. It's whatever we end up presenting or moving forward with is going to be pedestrian first.
Commissioner Vaticiotis.
Thank you. a couple of points I wanted to make. One, the completion time frame would be, I think you mentioned last time, 9 months, or maybe Mr. Snyder mentioned 9 months.
Around 9 months, yes.
Okay, for this. And what, do you know offhand what the deadline is for the grant?
July 1, 2022 is we have to have all work complete.
Okay. 2022.
Or June 30th.
Okay.
One of those two.
The one thing I wanted to mention, this is a complete streets program, which is multimodal based. It's trying to allow residents to walk and move around with the traffic. So that is the objective, is not necessarily to do a thoroughfare or anything like that. And that is and that's where we got our grant from. I do want to point out, there's a couple of things that I pointed out that they're very important to me, that the comprehensive plan does not call for both the bicycle path and sidewalk and a vehicular access on Distant Avenue right now. The comp plan does call for a bicycle path and the sidewalk, and the comp plan also says we should consider the extension. So I want to make sure that the residents understand that there's not been any decision, as far as I'm concerned, that's been made concerning this extension. I still think that we have to look at the results, and so far I have to be convinced that it will make a significant difference based on some of the things I spoke about earlier. And even after, if there is some need established for vehicular connection, I still think it has to compete with all the other transportation projects that we've got. East Orange Street, for example, that's still, I think, at zero, as far as, I might be wrong. The last time I looked on the project's status was still at zero. So that needs to be funded at some point. So there's a lot of transportation, the flooding mitigation along some of the evacuation routes, I think, are a high priority. So whatever we decide to do with Distant needs to work into that as well. The other part is that the one reason I like this phase 2 study is it's just not about an extension. We seem to be focused on an extension, but as Mr. Snyder mentioned, he's looking at the entire section from Klosterman all the way to Live Oak Street, with less emphasis past Tarpon Avenue. But nevertheless, they're going to come back with recommendations on sidewalks and other enhancements that'll just make it nicer for people to get around town. And for me, what I see as a side benefit is it fitting in or working itself into the strategic plan that we're going to be working on as well, to help us establish priorities, not just what we learned from this corridor study that we're doing right now, but perhaps some of those enhancements could apply elsewhere. And I think that's it. I talked about the priority, and we need to once we get the results back, talk about, one thing important too, Ms. Vincent mentioned this, but I want to emphasize this. This study, as I understand, is not going to come back with a concept on how to connect Distant Avenue. There'll be I'm hoping 5 or 6 different concepts, some without connections, but improvements on multimodal bicycle paths, sidewalks, the sort of thing that some of the residents mentioned, with an emergency access rather than a full vehicular access, if that's the concern. So I think that there'll be more than one thing. And again, I don't want the residents to get the impression that it's a done deal right now as far as making this connection. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
Vice Mayor, can I say something?
Yeah,
Just to
absolutely.
address some of the concerns out there. I think it was last meeting or maybe the meeting before. Chief Young is in the process with his people of doing a complete safety analysis and working on that entire area that you've heard talk about we should be doing. We made that commitment from the board, asked me, and we gave it to Chief Young, and his group is doing that at the present time. So that is ongoing now, and as a result of your direction from a previous meeting.
Great, thank you. There's one other item that I need to bring up is I would like to send a thank you letter to the Ford Pinellas board from the whole board. Since they did award us this grant, I think it's appropriate that we thank them for that. Is there any issue with that amongst the board?
But I don't have an issue, but I'll be honest with you, I'd prefer for the mayor his signature to be on it as well.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
yeah.
I mean, if you,
It would wait until he came back.
yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So we do have a motion and a second. We'll go ahead and go to roll call.
We have a motion and second for item
Oh.
number 7.
Yeah, that's correct. So we have two different items here. So we're going to vote on item 7 first, and we're going to move to item 16.
Commissioner Vaticiotis?
Yes.
Commissioner Donovan?
Yes.
Commissioner Terrapini?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Carr?
Yes. And then we're going to move to item 16. We do need a motion.
Motion to approve item 16? Is that
Okay.
what we're asking for?
Yeah. That's
Yes,
what we
we
need.
have that motion.
Do we need a little more detail on that at all for staff, or do you understand?
We understand.
Okay.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Commissioner Vaticiotis?
Yes.
Commissioner Donovan?
Yes.
Commissioner Terrapini?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Carr?
Yes. Okay, we're going to move on to item number 8. This is authorize execution of interlocal agreement with Pinellas County for distribution of potential additional 5-cent local option fuel tax. City manager.
I'll start as Ron comes up in case you have any financial questions. Simply, you've got the letter and the backup from the county administrator. He gave a presentation on the gas tax and the issue that we have in the county, fixing roads and sidewalks. He has asked, and all of the commissions are putting on to try to get forward before, I believe he's going back to his county commission the 25th, same day of our next meeting, I believe in the daytime. And what they're looking to do is extension up to 1 or 5 cents on the gas tax. What this agreement that you have tonight is if that goes through, there's a distribution formula and we get a portion of the money for it, which I'll have Ron go over real fast. But all we're signing on tonight, that is if it passes and goes through, that we get the same formula of funding that we get presently with it as it is now. And Ron, will you just go into what that is we get now and what we're looking at for our portion that's designated if this passes the county commission and the ordinance that they're bringing forward?
Good evening, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. Currently, we get the 6-cent local option gas tax. It comes, we get approximately about $330,000 a year for transportation related items. That one is through 2027. It's a 10-year agreement, that the 6-cent one. This one will be for another 10 years. It's following the same formula. If they do 1 cent to 5 cent, it'll be 60% goes to the county. The other 40% goes to the cities. And of the 40%, we currently get 3.66% of that amount. I estimate with if they did the 5 cent, it would be approximately $250,000 a year annually coming to the city.
Okay. Let's see. We're going to go ahead and go to Ms. Manousis. Do we have received any emails on this item?
No emails on this item.
Okay. Mr. Jump, do we have any attendees wishing to speak on this item?
If anyone wishes to speak on this item, please raise your hand and you'll be allowed in to talk. And we do have a raised hand at this time, sir.
Okay.
If you can, unmute yourself and state your name and address for the record.
Hi, yes, Nicholas Tavis, 1427 Mears Boulevard. I kind of got cut off here between the phone and the TV. Is this about the gas tax item?
Yes.
Okay, I just want to say that obviously you guys are voting on whether or not what the county does, but I do just want you guys to be aware, which I'm sure you are, that if this does go through with the county, they are going to be raising our gas tax rate to the maximum allowable by the state of Florida by law. So we will be one of the heaviest gas tax state in the entire state. And I know obviously this isn't a vote for you guys, but you know, that's just something to be aware of, especially with what's going on with gas prices now and some other short-term issues. Thanks. Bye-bye.
Mr. Jump, do we have any other raised hands?
We do not have any other raised hands at this time, sir.
Okay. Do we have any public comments on these items? Okay, seeing none for this item, I'm going to go ahead and go to board comments. Commissioner Terrapini?
Thanks. Mr. Herring, I see it's in addition to, right? So if we approve the 5 cents, is it on top of the 6?
Correct,
So it'd be 11.
correct.
Okay.
Just to make clear, we're not approving the 5 cents. We're approving if the county passes that we get our portion of it.
I understand.
Yeah, okay.
But it would still make it 11 cents. And that's, I'm
Yeah,
assuming
if they
that's,
did the 5
that's
cents,
per
yes.
gallon, right?
Yes.
Okay. It's too much for me.
Commissioner Donovan?
Yeah, thank you. Ron, I just wanted to verify that the split right now is 60% to the county and then they disperse the other 40% to the cities.
That
What
is
is that?
correct.
What's that disbursement based on?
It's based on the population of the county, the
Okay.
cities within the county.
Okay, and just to kind of lay it out in simpler terms, so all gas prices in Pinellas County, assuming this moves forward with the county, all the gas prices are going to go up by 5 cents. And then the county collects 60% of that revenue and then disperses the other 40 to the cities?
Correct. If they approve the 5 cent, yes.
Okay, and I'm looking at our 5% allocation here and it's 1.47%. Is that correct?
That is correct. I had mentioned 3.66, but that was off the current one, the current 6 cent one we get.
Okay, so this chart towards the end of this backup, that's the correct one, the exhibit
Correct.
A? Okay, so just so the residents know, Tarpon Springs would get 1.47. Just some other places in our area, Safety Harbor would get 1.00. Largo would get 4.79, Dunedin 2.14. St. Pete obviously gets the lion's share with 15.33. I hope this doesn't go through. I don't want to pay more at the pump. I don't want our residents to have to pay more at the pump. And frankly, I'm not exactly happy with this loft allocation to begin with. I don't know why the county gets 60, the cities get 40. I don't know how that was determined. I don't know. I spoke to you and the county apparently used to get more. But I don't know why it wouldn't be 50-50 or some other kind of split. And then also I wish Tarpon would get more out of it. So I'm not going to support this.
Commissioner Vaticiotis?
Yes. I was going to ask you that the timeline for the county approving this, it would be by ordinance. Is that correct? Doesn't have to go to referendum or does it?
Yes, the county needs to approve it by ordinance by October 1st. If it's not approved, then it dies. It terminates
Do
the
you
agreement.
believe, my feeling is that they would come to Tarpon Springs, somebody from the county to make a presentation or no?
I would think so. And usually in things like this, it's like the penny and anything else where they have these interlocal agreements. Yes.
It would come to us. Okay. Well, my feeling is it's a lot of money. The bright side is as electric vehicles come and start displacing fuel vehicles, this funding is going to start drying up. And I'm not sure whether then the county will want more, a higher tax. I have no idea, but I understand what they're using it for. And my suspicion is they're going to say, well, Tarpon Springs uses roads, county roads as much as they do their own roads. For example, Gulf Road, Whitcomb and the whole thing. If you want to buy into that rationale, at least that's what it was many years ago. So I know we're just talking about our share. I don't think any arm twisting is going to help get us any more money. It's been my experience. So I think we just need to get this thing done and then wait till they come and make their presentation to us, hopefully see what their rhyme or reason and also what they plan on doing with that additional money if it passes. So.
Okay, thank you. I do have a couple comments for staff and the city manager. So for clarity, this is strictly, we don't know if they're going to pass or not. This is saying that the city of Tarpon Springs is interested in opting in to receiving the breakout. Is that correct?
Yes, we're going to get our share of the money. If we turn it down, I imagine the county will find somewhere else to do with our money.
Okay. So currently today, if this passes in the county, that means the residents in Tarpon Springs, if they use the gas at the pump in Tarpon Springs, they're going to pay an extra 5% regardless of where it's at in Pinellas County. Tarpon Springs, Seminole, St. Pete, right?
Correct.
Okay. So, okay. Ron, do you know how it was based? Commissioner Donovan brought up the chart that broke out each city. Is it based on population? I'm sorry, I couldn't remember what that was for.
Correct. It's based on population.
Okay. Largo has 3 times the amount of people as we do, it looks like. Okay, I'm not for the additional tax on the residents myself either. I mean, I would be, if it passes, then at that point, I would be open to discussing with the county on getting the share, the distribution. But based on, I think, a couple individuals on the board already, they said they're not interested in it. I would encourage the board that we put together a letter to the county saying that we believe our residents are taxed enough already on taxes. And that we're taxed, I think, as a whole, as a community, heavily as well. So we've got to come up with a better way to manage our money that we're provided each year by the residents. So I mean, I would move for that. I think that's something that we should probably put in our recommendation. If it passes, then I would ask that the county come back and really show us how this would work. Is there a certain way that we could use this money on our end? Do we have to use it for sidewalks like they're using it for sidewalks and roads? And some more information. But as of right now, I don't think it's something that we should be supporting right now either.
I do have a question.
Okay.
That you know, in listening to you, do we have to approve this evening?
No.
When would be the deadline for some approving this? Before or after the county decides what it's doing? or-
Well, this is it tonight to decide if you're approving it, correct?
No, I'm talking about if we don't approve it tonight, what would be the deadline of needing to provide this to the county?
May 25th is in the back.
Yes, correct.
They're going forward with it on May 25th. So now whether we'd have a chance to go back after they passed it and ask for the money after the fact, I mean, that would
So
be,
what would you recommend?
that would be the option.
What do you recommend,
Well,
city
again,
manager?
If they pass it for the county, I wouldn't want to give Tarpon Springs money back to the county and to the rest of it. So there's nothing to say. All we're saying is that if it passes, then we get our share of the money per the allocation. We're not supporting it. We just get our share of the money. So if we don't pass it and we don't get another opportunity, they sign the agreement with the other cities and don't sign it with us, you'll be given that approximate money there back to the counties for the county to use and not for us to use in the city with our residents.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I've just got a couple more comments for clarification. So I don't support the tax. I think we should still send a letter to the county stating we don't support the tax. But with that, if they're going to move forward with the tax, I think Tarpon Springs should receive those funds because they're going to do whatever they want still in the county level. So if we don't support this tonight and sign it, then that means we're ultimately giving up $250,000 a year that could be coming to Tarpon Springs for projects.
If it passes.
If it passes, right?
So I would support, if I may, Mayor, Vice Mayor, I would support your letter saying that we do not support it. And my vote tonight, I'm going to stay consistent with that regardless of whether it ends up passing countywide or not. I don't think it's right. So, and I would definitely support your letter.
Okay.
Assuming the rest of the board does.
Okay. Commissioner Donovan.
Yeah, I absolutely support sending the letter. Again, I don't want to pay more. I don't want the residents to pay more, so I'm not going to support it. But I think tonight is also saying, hey, not only do we want to opt in, but we want to opt into these terms, right? Is that correct?
Correct.
And that's kind of where I take issue with is I don't know where the county came up with a 60-40. I don't know if somebody just said, hey, 60-40 sounds fair, but I'd like some justification behind that as well. I mean, why wouldn't it be 50-50 between the county and every city on here? And then also I'd want to verify with the county that all the population numbers are correct and up to date. Just looking at some of these cities, I didn't know how overpopulated they were compared to us. But again, regardless, I'm not going to support it tonight. I don't support the gas tax.
Okay. Any other comments?
Yeah, public comments.
Have we passed public comments or it's been closed?
I apologize, I didn't hear it. I must have been in the bathroom. So would you allow me a few moments to comment?
No, sir, not tonight. We're going to,
With
there's a
regards
motion
to
available on
this
the board,
particular
please.
issue, sir.
The chair will entertain a motion.
To approve the interlocal agreement?
Yeah, whatever it may be. Yes.
Motion to approve.
Okay. Passes. Second. Roll call.
Commissioner Vaticiotis?
Yes.
Commissioner Donovan?
No.
Commissioner Terrapini?
No.
Vice Mayor Carr?
Yes. City Attorney, can you?
So based upon your current rules of procedure, that vote fails. It's an equipoise. It needs to come back to the next regular meeting for discussion again, for it to be considered again. So that's the next step.
Okay.
Ask the city attorney a question. We're talking about May 25th, right?
Yes, sir.
That's our meeting.
Yes, sir.
And that's when the county is
Correct.
acting on this as well.
No, it's they want the answer back by May 25th. The meeting's on June 1st is what the backup states.
Oh, sorry.
Are we jeopardizing what we just discussed? Okay,
I don't think so.
all right. So it'll come back May 25th.
And I'll let them know tomorrow. We'll have the vote on the 25th. Well, the tiebreaker on the 25th.
Okay, we're going to move on to item number 9, authorization to file foreclosure proceedings, 711 North Distant Avenue. City Manager.
I believe it's mine.
City
Yeah.
Attorney.
So over the past 20 years, this property located at 711 North Distant Avenue has been a problem for code enforcement. There have been 20 code enforcement cases over the last 20 years. The last code enforcement case in 2018, the Code Enforcement Board found the property in violation and demanded the property owner bring it into compliance. There was no compliance. The property is in a state of total disrepair. I provided you with photographs tonight so you can take a look at it. The property has basically been abandoned. A lot of the windows were broken out, or still broken out of the home, with plywood on the inside of the windows on a couple of them. The property is covered with trash and it's overgrown. We've tried to address this issue over the last couple of years and been unsuccessful in getting the property owner to come back and take care of it. I'm not really sure what the situation is, but it is a health hazard. And I'm sure that the neighbors near this property are not happy at all. That's why I wanted you to see the photographs there in the packet. The code enforcement staff asked the Code Enforcement Board at their hearing on April the 8th to consider authorizing the city to foreclose this property, to take control of it and get it into compliance. The Code Enforcement Board voted unanimously to allow that to happen. The next step is to come here to you, the Board of Commissioners, to get your authorization to file a foreclosure action to foreclose this property, to take control of it and get it in compliance. So I'm asking tonight for your authority to file that foreclosure action to bring the property in compliance. I will tell you that there are a number of other liens on the property. The taxes haven't been paid for a number of years on the property. 2018, 2019, and 2020, the taxes have not been paid either. So it's basically an abandoned property. So I'm asking for your authority to begin foreclosure proceedings.
And just to note, it is near Tarpon Elementary School.
Literally like right across, like a corner across the street, basically.
Yeah,
right?
corner, in the north corner, off the north corner of the school property. You know,
Okay.
we've been hearing complaints for a long time, but it is right by the school.
Thanks, Ms. Menosis. Have we received any emails on this item?
No emails. on
Okay,
this
Mr. Jump, is there anyone online wishing to speak or on the telephone?
Anyone who's online for this item, please raise your hand and you'll be allowed in to talk. And we do not have any raised hands at this time.
Okay, do we have any public comment in the audience for item number 9, authorization to file foreclosure proceedings on 711 North Distant Avenue? Okay, seeing none, we'll go to board comment and discussion. Just a couple of quick items for clarification. City Attorney, is it clear that we can't find the property owner of this property?
We've got no response to any of the letters that we've sent to the addresses that we have. So the answer is we don't really know where this person is currently residing. There was a property that was connected to it in Clearwater, and those letters have not been received or responded to either.
Okay. Has there been any search to see if this person's alive at all, or if there's an obituary?
Yes, I did do an accurate search on the property and the property owner. I did that report in June of 2019. And it reflected that the owner at that time was 77 years of age. There was no other address other than the address listed by the property appraiser's records.
Okay. Commissioner Terrapini.
Mr. Attorney, just for the record, I see that we have a letter in here from our code enforcement officer or inspector asking the code enforcement board to authorize foreclosure of this property. And I don't see in the backup, did the code enforcement board, obviously they heard this and they voted on it?
They heard it on April the 8th and they voted unanimously to approve the foreclosure moving forward.
Is that it? Yep. Okay. Commissioner Donovan.
I have no comments.
Commissioner Vaticiotis.
I was going to, maybe somebody already asked, is there a mortgage on the property?
No mortgage, but a number of liens.
Number of liens?
Yeah.
Where would we stack up? We would,
These would have to, some of the liens would have to be paid off. For example, there was a UCC financing statement for an air conditioner that was installed in 2004. There is a default final judgment for $1,700 in 2011, a default judgment in 2012 for $2,300. The taxes are about $4,800. The city is owed for utility lien 231, and then the code enforcement lien, which is over $100,000. So there would be, it would require the city to pay off some of these. The property is currently valued at $102,000. So there would be equity in which to pay off those liens and then bring the property into compliance. Yeah.
My only concern is I know the person's elderly and I wish I knew what the disposition of the person was, whether they're competent or I looked at the taxes as well to see what was going on with that, and they haven't been paid. And so I looked at obituaries, trying to locate the person on obituaries, just trying to see what the story is on this. I don't have, I mean, I'm uncomfortable. I will, but I'm uncomfortable moving forward with the foreclosure without knowing what the disposition is. On the other hand, the amount of fines exceed the value of the property. So with even if we found the person and there was an excuse, we would have to waive a good part of the fines before we even got it down to what the value of the property was, so that they would have to pay it off, and they wouldn't be able to pay it off anyway, unless they probably took a loan out on a mortgage out on their home. And for an older person, that you don't want to do that either. So I think it's a pretty, not necessarily a straightforward thing, because we don't know where the person is. I'm just, these are the situations I really hate as a commissioner. I know the decision has to be made, but once we foreclose, there's no going back. Is that correct?
Once the property goes through the complete foreclosure process, it'll be sold at a judicial sale. So someone will buy it at the judicial sale. If nobody buys it, which I doubt it will happen,
Right.
because our judgment will be in excess of what the value of the property is, the city will then take the property, and then you'll have the opportunity to fix it up, remove the structure, give it to Habitat for Humanity, whatever you'd like to do, but we can get the property into compliance. It's the only way we can do it.
Just is there an organization or some service that could try and locate this person for us?
Yeah, we can, we've done an accurate search already and we have not been successful in doing that, but we could hire another person to go out and look. And that will be required when we go ahead and file the foreclosure action. If we can't find them by that search, then we're going to serve the property constructively by posting it in the newspaper, and then we're going to move forward that way. But the
So
bottom line
what would your recommendation be if there was some sensitivity on this of moving ahead with an out foreclosure without knowing what the disposition of the owner is first? How would you handle that?
To me, it's public safety.
As a recommendation, as an attorney, how,
Yeah, to me, public safety at this point and the way this house looks and has been sitting for the past 3 years, you need to do whatever is necessary to get it into compliance, not so much worry about what this person is or is not doing. So I need, my advice to you is to file the foreclosure to get control of the property so you can fix it. Yeah.
right, understand. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Chair will entertain, I'm sorry, we've already entertained a motion, correct?
No.
Okay. The chair will entertain a motion on this one.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Roll call.
Commissioner Vaticiotis?
Yes.
Commissioner Donovan?
Yes.
Commissioner Terrapini?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Carr?
Yes. We move to item number 9, settlement of code enforcement liens, vacant lots at Eunice Drive and Castle Trace. City manager.
City attorney again.
Yeah, that's mine as well. So in your packet, there's a memorandum for me. This is in relation to 2 code enforcement liens, one on each property. One is located on Eunice Drive and one is on Castle Terrace. These are repeat violation cases where the property owner had been in violation in years past. The property is in compliance and has been in compliance for a couple of months or more. The total amount of the fine is $1,022.52 as of April 15th. The property owner called me and asked whether or not he could make an offer of settlement on the case. And I said, yes. He made an offer of settlement of $400. I ran it by city staff. City staff is receptive to that offer. And so I'm asking for your authority to accept $400 in full settlement of the code enforcement lien, which is valued at $1,022.52.
Any other comments, city manager?
No.
Okay. Ms. Manousis, have we received any emails on this item?
No emails on this item.
Mr. Jump, do we have anyone on Zoom or on the phone call that would like to speak on this item?
If anyone is online and would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand and you'll be allowed in to talk. And we do not have any raised hands at this time, sir.
Okay, do we have any public comments on this item?
Mike Eisner, 1515 Riverside Drive. This is violations, from what I understand, have been going on about 2 years. I don't know why they haven't been satisfied in 2 years. I know they're trying to be satisfied now because the market is for selling. So I don't know why we went from $1,000 down to whatever it was, $400. I mean, I could give you a little bit of conceding. Maybe we should settle on $800 or $900, but there's a for sale sign there. And if the people were ignoring the violations for 2 years, why are we rewarding them and bringing it down to $400? That would be my question. I just think it's a little bit too much of a gift.
Sure.
Especially, I was outside, I didn't get to speak about the prior thing, but we have violations of another that's been sitting 20 years. So, we have 20 years out there, and this one's going on now for at least 2 years, 2.5 years. And what winds up happening is they let the grass grow, they let the trees grow, everything becomes a haven for snakes and whatever else vermin that's living in there, and they get away with it. And then all of a sudden now, because it's a seller's market, they can want to negotiate. I just don't think that we should give in right now. That's my comment. Thank you.
Thanks.
Peter Lax, 514 Ashland Avenue. To Mr. Eisner's question, there was a lot missing in the backup. I did hear the attorney say it was in compliance, but not usually a detailed backup when we usually see those code enforcement request liens. They usually show you all the information when it was completed and stuff. So it's kind of hard to negotiate if you don't really have all the information, just the request. But it shows to me, and not having commented on 9, that our code enforcement, instead of being a way to help people solve their problems with their homes or properties, in some ways has just become a revenue stream. If you looked on the backup, why that $190,000 was so much from 2018 is because they were being fined $200 a day per violation. That racks up fast. I don't care, unless you're making some big money, that's a hard knuckle to crack. So where's the compassion or the way the board, the code enforcement board, works to say, hey, you know, all right, but if you look at the backup all the way through those times, they were all in compliance till around 2016. And that's when the problem happened. So like Commissioner Vaticiotis said, why wasn't something done at that point to solve it? And I can tell you why. I think Mr. Gasson was the code enforcement officer back then. But I have a picture. He came to a meeting with a gun. And Mr. Trask can verify, came to speak for a resident, and that code enforcement board rammed this lady with 2 fines on her lot that were adjoining, that she purchased one of the lots from the city. And before then, the city never cleaned that lot. But as soon as she got it, she started getting the code letters. You better trim out that lot. So think about how you handle code stuff. And maybe that's something you need to have an internal auditor or someone look at the process, because it's not a solving a problem compassionate way to help your residents when you fine them $200 a day and all of their other issues show in compliance. So they complied, but they still get pounded $200 a day.
Any other public comments?
Panioti Schoolhouse, 595 Peninsula Avenue. I like to see a lot of these other meetings. I know they're during the middle of the day. We got to find a way sometime to have these code enforcement meetings or these other board meetings more in the evening. I've been telling you guys for over 18 months now, we need to spend more money on advertising to the citizens of Tarpon Springs. I'm not talking about posting the newspaper. Nobody reads the newspaper anymore. I'm talking about make your little Facebook group that says code enforcement notices. Make your Facebook groups that say public committee notices. Have them stream live while they're going on. There's plenty of ways to be transparent and honest with the citizens of Tarpon Springs. This newspaper stuff, archaic. The sticks in the ground, they fall over, archaic. When are we going to start reaching out to the citizens past the 50-yard line? Back to 2016, when Officer Gasson was having so many violations, internal affairs complaints, just overall going back from when Mr. LaCourse hired him, he's got more internal affairs complaints than Derek Chauvin. But yet negligent retention from the city manager as well as Chief Cochin, they stuck him over into code enforcement where he continued to bully people, charge outrageous fines. You guys created a board that comes up here at 2 o'clock who's very complacent. There's one lady I very love on the board. Being in school, I used to watch her in high school in the front desk. I really like that lady. The rest of the people, I feel like they're just yes men. Still respect that they come volunteer, but it's created it's a money stream. Now, we can't spend the money to do the proper research to find out if this person's alive, deceased. I mean, who leaves a property that long without something being wrong? Without something being wrong. And the fact that Mr. Gasson was testifying when his credibility isn't really credible in a court of law, shouldn't happen anywhere. So I don't know how he became the code enforcement officer. That's the city manager's fault, as well as Chief Coaching for creating this part of the police department to rack up fines. I have annual fines from each year going back, making a lot of money. And just want to make sure as we move forward, we're going to do the right thing for the citizens of Tarpon Springs. We're going to, and another thing, not only did we move Gasson, the reason why Gasson's not the code enforcement officer is because we Tarponites started fighting for it. And let's not fake about it, because we were going to keep drilling you on the facts, on the internalized complaints about a man who chooses to calibrate an intoxilizer over protecting child custody cases, completely ignores them, all that great stuff. And guess what he's doing now? He is in charge of implementing the body cameras in Tarpon Springs. I promise you, if that man had a body camera on from back when he was hired, he would have been gone within a year. So we need to have credible people who are going to sit there and run certain spots of our police department as we move forward with technology. And immediately, if we get a new board, we're going to separate code enforcement from the police department, because it's not going to be used. Ms. Beth has done a great job moving forward. She's being trained by Gasson, unfortunately, but I think she's thinking a little bit more independent. And we're here to take care of the citizens and look transparent and credible while we do it. Thank you.
Chris Roboski, 1602 Gulf Beach Boulevard, Tarpon Springs, 34689. So again, it comes down to communication again, but also compassion. And at the Peace for Tarpon group years ago, this came up and we discussed getting a group together, volunteers, that if somebody needed their lawn mowed, that, we'd get somebody to go do it. And if you're going to fine people, why not use that money to help them do it? If they can't do it physically themselves, or they have physical or mental issues, you're gonna fine them. Let's say they pay the fine. Well, then you come back and fine them because they haven't fixed it. Well, they probably couldn't take care of it in the first place. So why not find a solution to the problem? Just like the attorney was saying, you got to take control of the property to take care of the problem. Well, maybe not. Just take care of the problem. Send a city crew over there to do it. Pay them. They got a free paint place in Pinellas County. Even they need some paint. Maybe go get that for them. There's more compassionate ways of helping people. You don't have to just beat them up because they can't help themselves. That doesn't help them. They're Cory Booker in New Jersey actually went out and shoveled snow for somebody. Old lady couldn't do it herself. You guys going to do that? Get a mower? Go out and mow somebody's lawn for them before you agree to slap them with a fine? You could. Paid by the city, I don't know if those fines go to fund your salary or not. I don't know where that money goes. I haven't looked into it yet. So if it goes in the general fund, then, something ain't right, because then it is just a revenue stream. And, you're going to collect money for something that ought to go to fix that something. It's like a gas tax that makes sense, right? Because roads that have gasoline vehicles on them need to be repaired. So you tax the vehicles that are on the road. I get that. Nobody wants that to go up, but who's going to pay for the roads? So this is like that. You could use the money to help solve the problem instead of just continuing the problem. Constantly slapping fines on somebody. If they could have solved the problem in the first place, they probably would have. They either financially couldn't do it, or they physically couldn't do it, or they mentally couldn't do it. So we're going to be a, small town that helps each other, or are we just going to stab each other in the back? Thank you.
Any other public comments on this item? Okay, hearing none, the chair will entertain a motion.
Motion to approve?
Second.
Any commission comments? Commissioner Donovan?
Yeah, I have a comment on this one. I'm willing to move forward with this and accept this because this is a settlement offer that came from the residents. So I'm all for compassion. Each code enforcement case is going to be unique. This is an instance where, look, the goal isn't to use code enforcement as a punitive tool. It's for public health, public well-being. In this case, it was brought into compliance. I'm happy to accept the settlement offer, move forward with it. The previous property from the previous item, I mean, that's a genuine public health concern. I don't know how many people went and saw the property, but I mean, we can't just wait around for a kid to get caught up in that house, hurt themselves, something like that. So each code enforcement case is unique. I'm all for compassion when it's possible, but in some of these instances, something needs to be done about it.
No further comments by the board? Roll call?
Commissioner Vaticiotis?
No.
Commissioner Donovan?
Yes.
Commissioner Terrapini?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Carr?
Yes. We're going to move on to item number 11, award file number 210146-C-JL. This is for the fire engine through source well contract number 02218-PMI. Firefighting apparatus with related equipment, accessories, and supplies. City manager.
Yes, Scott Young, go ahead and get this. And Ron Herring's also here for the next item that's related.
Good evening, Scott Young, Fire Chief. I bring forward to you recommendation for approval for the city to lease, purchase a new Pierce fire engine through 10-8 and Pierce Manufacturing using their leasing program. Now, this is a 5-year lease purchase at 1.75% interest rate. We were able, our city finance director was able to get the interest rate down. So we worked diligently on that. So I thank him for that. This is 5 annual payments of $178,632 starting in September of 22, fiscal year 22, with the last payment in May of 2026. The cost of the engine will be $846,880. This is part of the 5-year city's capital plan improvement program to be purchased in fiscal year 2022. So you may ask why we're doing it now. We're doing it now because of the favorable interest rates, the trade of the old truck, and the length of time to build the truck, and we'll miss the annual price increase in October. The city will also have a cost savings to the fiscal 21-22 penny fund of $668,248. The trade-in of the old engine, right now we're scheduled to get $15,000 for the engine that we'll be trading in. Normally with these engines, we send them to auction and we only get about $5,000. So we're at a timeline where they are willing to take it now, but not much farther out. Otherwise, we'll be going to the auction. Our units usually are in service for about 10 years and they're in a backup status for about 5. We're at that mark. One other thing, the city also gets 9.6% of the cost of the engine back from the county due to us covering the unincorporated areas of the city. The new engine will be built in compliance with NFPA and ISO guidelines. And the build time is about 13 to 14 months. If that, I'll answer any questions.
Thanks, Chief. I do want to go to public comment first, and we'll come back to you for questions. Okay. Ms. Manusas, do we have any emails on this item?
No emails on this item.
Mr. Jump, do we have anyone on Zoom or on the phone willing to speak on this item, wishing to speak?
If anyone online would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand and you'll be allowed in to talk. And we do not have any raised hands at this time, sir.
Okay. Do we have any public comment on this item?
Mike Eisner, 1515 Riverside Drive. I did read the backup material to this, and I kind of agree with it. It's probably for safety. I don't really like seeing us be nitpicky if we have an older vehicle and it's time to be replaced. I think it's time that this thing would be advantageous to all to have it in place. So like I said, in reading the backup material, I didn't really see any hindrance to replacing and updating this vehicle. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comments tonight on this item?
Panayiotis Koulias, 595 Peninsula Avenue. I'm all about new equipment, better equipment for the fire department. I'd like to know, is that truck, is it going to a certain location in our city? Is it going to the fire department right next to the police department? Is it going to the fire department north of the enclave? Is it going to the one off of Gulf Road? And now that we brought up Gulf Road, what happened to that property that we had purchased to build the new fire department right there on Gulf Road? I believe it was either city staff or city manager who has stated that the ground was stable over there, but yet we bought the property. We spent a lot of money on it. I believe over $200,000, and kudos to those property owners that, sold it. But I believe there's been some instability in the ground over there, maybe with the potential sinkholes. So if we could address that as well as what we're doing and the future of the police station over there on Gulf Road and where we plan to build. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comments on this item?
Peter Lax, 514 Ashland Avenue. I have, I guess, a basic question, and I'm not sure if that would be Mr. Herring or how it would be elaborated to respond, but how they came about the value of being it better to lease it versus purchasing it outright, and what are the advantages to actually leasing the fire truck. But in a more general aspect, I'm thinking about how we can extend the life of a fire truck such that we don't have to replace them maybe at such a shorter interval than possible. And part of that is maybe not having to use them for unnecessary actions. Many 911 calls, right off the bat, they know they're medical. Why is it that we don't have some other type of unit within our fire department if they're the ones having to respond to a medical thing in something other than a fire truck? Last month, I've seen the fire trucks down twice at the corner of my street, and I know it was a medical issue, but a fire truck had to go. And it may not seem much, but every 5-10 miles you keep adding unnecessarily adds up to its usage. They're designed to fight fires. So I know we have issues with the county about ambulance service and all that stuff, but we believe also as a city have the ability to create a medical type response unit such that we're not using fire trucks all the time for medical response issues. And again, I would leave it up to the chief and the people who are responsible for responding to calls maybe how to do that. But you want less wear and tear on your fire trucks. Like I've seen them at the hospital. They're not transporting somebody there, but maybe they're required to go there when a Sunstar transports them. Why are we sending the fire truck to the hospital if they're not the ones transporting the patient? There must be some way we can get that information from the medic or the paramedic on the fire truck to get that to the hospital without having to drive the truck there. Or we have our medical response unit. So I'm just trying to give you some ways that this action tonight gives you opportunities to start thinking out of the box. Thank you.
Any other public comment tonight? All right, we're going to go to board comments. I do have a couple questions, and I'll ask on behalf of the public. What station is it going to, Chief?
We plan on putting it at the main station downtown.
Okay.
Replace that engine.
Great. And then, so if I believe this would be the third fire truck in 3 years, 4 years?
We purchased the ladder truck 2 years ago. We still have 3 payments left on that one. All the other engines are paid for. I think the one prior to that was 2000.
71 we pushed in before COVID, I think,
We
right?
pushed 17 in at the new station, I believe. So it's probably about a 17 or 18. So at this schedule right now, the way we are, we wouldn't be scheduled to purchase a new engine probably for about 4 to 5 years.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, my thought, and this is what PSTA has found themselves in this situation, is when they bought all their buses at the same time, they are end of life at the same time. And then it wrecks budgets and things 10 years, 12 years down the road, right? And I know we've talked about this in the past, and I've had conversations with the previous chief about how do we utilize, and Mr. Delac has brought up some good points of utilizing another type of vehicle. And I think you've talked about this, and I've talked to the city manager about it as well, but you have to actually, it's not fun, but it's employ a separate staff for that vehicle. Am I understanding that correctly?
Correct.
So, I mean, I think that would be something that would be good to look at coming into this budget season, if we could look at that a little bit further with you and the city manager to see if there's any other options to work with the county. I know there was something that we're working on as a pilot. It would be nice to hear that in budget season, if there's an opportunity there to do something along those lines. But overall, I do think the lease agreement is wise. Ron, thank you for your help with that. And thank you for working with Ron on that one. I think it makes sense. So you don't wreck the budget for 1 year with a hit of close to $1 million, and you do it over time. So I think it's wise to do that. Commissioner Terrapini.
Yeah, I would just say that I think I concur with you that in the sense that it's difficult to have this burden when all of your trucks are relatively the same age and to replace them about the same time. But I would say that I think that staff's done a good job with the plan as far as the lease purchase and some of the other techniques that are being utilized. So I agree with the vice mayor that it's unfortunate that we have these trucks coming. Their useful life is all, kind of come and due in the last, let's just say 5 years. But I think that staff's done a good job in the previous scenario. The last time we bought a truck, you did something similar as far as the lease purchase while we built it. So I support it.
Mr. Don.
Yeah, thank you. I think it's traditionally rare that when we budget for something, we get a pleasant surprise, but I want to thank the chief and our finance department for the pleasant surprise in moving this up. All my questions were already addressed. The favorable interest rates, the prepaid discount, the potential price increase next October that we're avoiding. Just want to thank you guys for getting kind of creative with this to save the city as much money as possible.
Commissioner Vaticiotis.
I have no comment. You do a good job. Thank you very much.
I don't think I asked for a motion, so we'll go ahead and ask for a motion.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, roll call.
Commissioner Vaticiotis?
Yes.
Commissioner Donovan?
Yes.
Commissioner Terrapini?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Clark?
Yes. With that, I would like to take a 5-minute break, and we'll reconvene in 5 minutes. Okay, we're going to reconvene the meeting here at 9:33, and we're going to move on to item number 12, which is Resolution 2021-27, Master Lease Purchase Agreement for Purchase of Fire Truck.
And
So,
Ron Herring's coming up. That was related to the last item. If you'd like any more explanation from Ron, if not, we'll be ready for a vote.
Well, I think the chief pretty well went over everything. Hang on
a
a second, Ron. I need to read the resolution. So this is Resolution 2021-27, a resolution of the Board of Commissioners of the City of Tarpon Springs, Florida, declaring its intent to enter into a master lease purchase agreement with PNC Equipment Finance LLC and associated agreements, authorizing the city manager to execute said agreements, setting the aggregate principal amount of the leases, subjecting the payment of the leases to annual appropriation, confirming that the city does not anticipate to issue more than $10 million of tax exempt obligations during the current calendar year, and providing for an effective date. That was the reading of Resolution 2021-27 by title only.
thank you.
Again, if you got any more questions of Ron, it's based kind of what the chief said. So he's up here if you have any more questions of him.
Yeah, I think just what the resolution said, it's just for the approving the master lease, and giving the city manager authorization to execute the documents, approving the principal amount, subjecting the payment of the leases to annual appropriation, and confirming that the city does not anticipate to issue more than 10 million of tax exempt obligations this year. So if you got any more questions, I'll be more than happy to answer them.
Okay, we're going to go to public comment first. Ms. Manousis, have you received any emails?
No emails.
Mr. Jump, do we have any attendees wishing to speak?
If anyone is online who would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand and you'll be allowed in to talk. And we do not have any raised hands at this time, sir.
Do we have any public comments in addition to what was spoken, or public comments on this item number 12? Okay, hearing none, the chair will entertain a motion.
Motion to approve.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any commissioner comments? Hearing none, roll call.
Mr. Vaticiotis?
Yes.
Mr. Donovan?
Yes.
Mr. Terrapini?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Carr?
Yes. Move on to resolution, or item number 13, resolution 2021-23, application 20-139, site plan approval, Big Dan's Car Wash at 39522 and 39468 US Highway 19 North. This is quasi judicial. City Attorney.
Yes, I'm going to read the resolution first. This is resolution number 2021-23, a resolution of the Board of Commissioners of the City of Tarpon Springs, Florida, approving application number 20-139, requesting site plan approval for JJG MEE Inc., a Georgia LLC, to construct a car wash of 5,270 square feet of gross floor area with gasoline sales on 2.28 acres, more or less, located at 39,522 and 39,468 US Highway 19 North in the Highway Business HB zoning district, providing for findings, providing for conditions, and providing for an effective date. I need to read the rules that we're going to use today. This is a quasi-judicial proceeding where the Board of Commissioners acts in a quasi-judicial rather than a legislative capacity. At a quasi-judicial hearing, it is not the board's function to make law, but rather to apply law that has already been established. In a quasi-judicial hearing, the board is required by law to make findings of fact based upon the evidence presented at the hearing and apply those findings of fact to previously established criteria contained in the Code of Ordinances in order to make a legal decision regarding the application before it. The board may only consider evidence at this hearing that the law considers competent, substantial, and relevant to the issues. If the competent, substantial, and relevant evidence at the hearing demonstrate that the applicant has met the criteria established in the Code of Ordinances, then the board is required by law to find in favor of the applicant. By the same token, if the competent, substantial, and relevant evidence at the hearing demonstrates that the applicant has failed to meet the criteria established in the Code of Ordinances, then the board is required by law to find against the applicant. At this point, I'd ask the board members if they want to disclose any type of ex parte communications or conflicts of interest. I'm not seeing any, so I'm going to go ahead and swear everyone in. Anyone that's going to speak on this agenda item, if you could stand up, raise your right hand, and be sworn under oath, please. Swear the testimony you're about to give is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Okay, thank you. So city staff can make a presentation.
Mark, can we switch to the overhead? Thank you. I'll quickly run through this. This is application, oops, we lost it. There we go. This is application 20-139 for a redevelopment of a 2.2 acre site on US 19. This is a former site of the kind of vacant Japanese restaurant on US 19. This is the kind of shot from US 19 looking at the site. As I said, this is a 2.2 acre site. This is a redevelopment. There's a vacant restaurant. There's also we're calling it a variety store. It was an adult use building that is proposed to be demolished. The billboard, just for the note, is actually an out parcel that's separately owned, so that will not be affected with this site plan. The proposal is to construct a new car wash facility with vacuum spaces, and somewhat unique to this, they will also have 10 bay gasoline sales. The site plan is responsive to all the required stormwater needs, parking, stacking. They are reducing the number of accesses onto the site from 3 to 1. And it's our understanding actually that FDOT has actually now approved that alignment. Public art will be satisfied with an in lieu fee payment. And we went through a few iterations of the site plan to increase the buffering along the rear of the property where the woods at Anderson Park is the adjacent property. So the pond, the stormwater pond, there's a berm and plantings and a fence that will provide buffering between the uses. Just a little bit about this is a kind of a new concept. It's a members concept, a plan. So you actually will be, you can just drive in and pay and use the car wash and use the vacuums. But in order to access the gas pumps, you actually have to be a member. So the general retail public, if you're not there, if you're not a member of this, of the car wash, you can't actually access the gas pumps. So the gas pumps are a bit of they're not a primary focus of this. So the applicant may be able to speak more to that function. They are proposed to be open from 8 in the morning to 7 in the evening, 7 days a week. This is the site plan. As I stated, you can see they will come in off of US 19, one entrance, circle through. This is all the stacking. This is where you would pay. And then this is an automated car wash facility. And you have the vacuums here, and then these would be the gas pumps. And then this is your stormwater facility, and all the plantings and buffering requirements will be met along that with the adjacent residential to the rear. And this is just an overlay on the existing aerial photograph. Some site renderings, just what the proposed buildings will look like. And the preliminary staff recommendation is to approve. There are 3 recommended conditions on the resolution. The developer is responsible for meeting the minimum criteria of the land development code and acquiring all other jurisdictional permits and approvals. Construction plans shall be consistent with the approved site plan. All requisite fees attendant to the project shall be paid in accordance with the land development code, including trees due for tree removal mitigation and public art in lieu fee payment. And the final permit from Florida Department of Transportation for the revised driveway connection configuration shall be submitted with the applicant for a building permit. And as I said, that 3rd condition has actually already been satisfied. They have received the DOT approvals. The Planning and Zoning Board reviewed this on April 19th, and they did recommend unanimously to approve the site plan. So with that, I'll stop and answer any questions. I do want to note Commissioner Carr did send in some requested amendments or changes to the landscaping. The applicant has agreed to those changes. There were some additional requests, and I'll let the commissioner speak to those and where they are with, and I'll let the applicant respond as to where they are with those additional requests. Ravi Allure is the engineer of record, and I believe he is on Zoom, and he is available for questions at the appropriate time. Thank you.
Before you sit down, Renee, any questions by the commission of Renee? Yes, Commissioner Terrapini, I saw your hand first.
Thank you. Renee, is this a national chain, this business?
I think it's a southeast. I think right now, I think it's predominantly in Georgia. So this is the first one, to my knowledge. It's definitely the first one in Pinellas. It may be the first one in Florida. So they're relatively new.
Mhm. And I saw that in the backup, and also you touched on it, that it's a kind of a unique concept in terms of the membership, and gas is not available to the public unless you buy a car wash. Is there any convenience store component to this?
If there is, it's very limited to, I think, things like for car washes. It's not generally,
chips,
no, there's not
Cokes, things like
like a convenience store component to it.
I also saw in the applicant's backup in their business narrative that they're gonna only sell gas in the hours of operation, which is 8 a.m. to 7 p.m., which I think is pretty interesting. And then also you mentioned somewhere in the backup about the driveway configuration. What was the thought behind?
I'll be honest with you, I don't know if it was their intention or if that's something that came about through the site plan review process. I know DOT generally does like to eliminate, access points on as much as they can, so they can operate with one access in and out, and it's better for the road.
One access in and out. It's not a ride in, it's a ride in and a ride out.
I do not know if there's a curb cut there. Yeah, I think it's right in, right out.
Okay. And then also, just for clarity, you mentioned that it is the adult store and the Japanese restaurant?
Correct.
Got it. Thank you very much.
Commissioner Donovan?
Yeah, my only question has to do with the buffer. Are you satisfied with the buffer, and can you go into a little bit more detail on it?
So the pond will be in the buffer area. The closest point, if you look at the site plan of any structure, is about 47 feet, which greatly exceeds the minimum required buffer. All of their required replantings, they have a significant planting of oak trees along the rear, and they're berming that rear property line as well. So they meet the requirements of the land development code. Let me put it that way. So actually, they're exceeding it.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, Vice Mayor, I'm sorry, I didn't see your hand.
I didn't raise it until now. So, Renee, you mentioned that and I may have overlooked this in the backup, the public art component, it's not going to be on the building or in the property. They're going to make
They're
a
paying lieu.
payment.
They're paying lieu.
Do we know what that is yet?
I do not have the construction costs at this time, so it's a straight calculation,
right,
based on the construction costs.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Commissioner Vatakios, did you have questions?
I do.
Okay.
On the public art committee ordinance, Ms. Jennings caught something that brought it to my attention. She's here this evening, may speak to it depending on what the answer is, but in the ordinance, it doesn't apply to private. It has to be public access. And I know this is a mix. In other words, the public art, if it's going to be on site, I think what the applicant is asking that they will provide a piece of public art in lieu of paying a fee. Is that correct? I mean,
No,
that's the
my
way I
understanding
read.
is they will pay the fee in lieu of providing the art.
They will pay.
They will pay, yes.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah.
I've got some technical questions for the engineer of record. The one thing that's really troubling to me, and I don't quite understand, and looking at in their site plan, they give a total on the number of trees that are removed, and they're removing 66 trees, and they're planting 66 trees. But some of the ones that are being removed are huge trees. And what are they planting in their place?
The minimum tree caliper that can be planted is 1.5 inch diameter. Now they clearly will not get, they only get inch for inch credit. So they will either have to plant additional trees beyond the 66, or they will pay into the tree mitigation bank in lieu, to meet that tree, the minimum requirements of the tree mitigation ordinance.
Is there any, some of these, we've got 2 34-inch oak trees, another 30-inch hardwood that it's not specified, 2 24-inch, 4 18-inch, There's some area down in the southeast corner, I think, that it looks like a grassy area to me, yet those trees are being taken out. Was there any work during the TRC to try and save some of these big trees? And I'll tell you why.
Sure.
Chili's, way before your time. We've got a huge oak tree just on the side of Chili's.
Mhm.
They were going to take that out, but we said no. And that was at a time when I was with the city government in a
Mhm.
different capacity. But so we built an underground vault instead of a
Mhm.
pond to prevent that from taking out. They're building a huge retention pond on this site with a vertical wall on one end and a real steep slope on the other. Was there any thought of trying to come up with any other kind of mitigation methods to try and save this, to save these larger trees? The ones on the property line, the 34 inches on the oak trees on the property line, I'm not sure why that's being taken out, but
There's maybe questions for the site engineer as to whether or not they can do that. I know our arborist did review, and participates in the TRC. We can certainly, as we go through construction permitting, if there's an opportunity, and there's no reason to take out a tree, then certainly, especially if it's that kind of size of caliber, let's not take it out. If it's because of grading or something like that we can't get around it, then.
or mild grading or tree well,
Right.
for example. I
Right.
mean, I don't see any of that in the site plan. That's a little troubling to me. And you can't help with the number of, I see the trip counts and everything like that. We're okay on that. But as far as the number of gallons per wash, is there any kind of number that they gave you on that? Or is that something for the engineer to maybe?
That would
answer?
be for the engineer. I know that, a significant portion of the water is actually recycled. So, they have to because of the environmental regulations. So the only thing that's really fresh water is the final rinse. Everything else is recycled and goes to the separators and gets repurposed and reused in the facility. But I think, Ravi can probably explain that better
Right.
than I can.
Yeah, the 10,100 gallons per day, based on, if I remember my conversation with Paul Smith earlier, out of the 5 MGD plan, I believe is what we've got. We produce about 2.5 million gallons a day. And this represents 0.5% of that. So 1/200th of all the water that's used in Tarpon Springs, which is quite a bit, is going to be used at this car wash. So I do want to get a little more information from that from the engineer. So thank you.
Okay, did you want to enter your staff report into the evidence?
Yes, please.
Okay, and you said the applicant is on Zoom?
Yes. Mark, can you see if Ravi is raising his hand and can be?
Yes, he is. I'll allow him in.
Thank you.
If you can unmute yourself and state your name and address for the record.
This is Ravi Alur with Aspire Engineering. I'm the authorized agent for the owner. My address is 1023 Professional Park Drive, Brandon, Florida 33511. I have also online Ray Cato, the developer representative, and Elizabeth Rodriguez, traffic planner, if you have any specific questions.
Okay, sir. Sir, hang on just a minute. I need to swear you in. If you could raise your right hand, I'm going to swear you under oath, okay?
Okay.
You swear the testimony you're about to give is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay. You told us who you were. The first question I have for you is that do you have any questions of city staff? The presentation that was made by Ms. Vincent, any cross-examination?
No, that was a great presentation from Renee. That's exactly what you are trying to do. The one point I want to stress is the gas pumps are for the customers' use only, for club members only. The general public will not be able to put the gas if they come in. It's like a Sam's Club or a Costco Club membership type membership for the gas pumps.
Okay. That being said, do you want to make any type of presentation to the city commission?
Yes, I'll make some answer some of the questions that were raised during the staff's presentation. Basically, the project involves the construction of a car wash and gas pumps associated with the car wash, and some vacuum stations for the customers. Some of the concerns raised, there'll be no C-store component with a project associated. The only thing, we have a small office inside the car wash for the employees and customers' restrooms. That's the only component we have associated with the car wash. Also regarding the access points along the DOT roadway, that access point was dictated by the DOT. We worked with the Florida Department of Transportation to eliminate all three access points into the property and consolidate the access into one, right in and out only. There'll be no left out or left in into the property. It'll be right in, out driveway only. As far as the buffers, we worked with the staff to meet all the buffer requirements. I know there were some issues with some of the existing large trees on the property. Because of the property existing elevation, especially on the backside of the property, it was hard to save some of the existing oak trees. That's one of the reasons. It's basically challenging grades that we had to work with the property, that we couldn't save some of the existing trees there. But however, we are planting additional trees to compensate. As indicated, the city requires 1.5-inch caliper trees. We are proposing to plant 2-inch caliper trees to accommodate some of the last trees there. The other question was regarding the wastewater water usage, wastewater generation. The calculations that we provided, 10,100 gallons per day, we have done several car washes throughout the state of Florida, about 15 to 20 car washes for the past 6 years. That data comes from 10,100 gallons per day, comes from our extensive background in the car wash operation. The entire portion of the car wash water is being recycled. The only fresh water that's being used for the car wash is the last rinse they do. We have 3 reclaimed tanks on the property. They'll recycle the reclaimed water into the car wash. There are a couple of other comments from Vice Mayor Carr. There were about 3 or 4 comments made. One regarding landscaping. We are okay with switching out some of the landscaping material as recommended. We do not have any issues with that. I have Ray Kero online who can respond to some of the canopy, gas canopy sign, as well as building signage comments, the recommendation that were made by Vice Mayor Carr. I think that's all my presentation. If you have any specific question, I can answer them. And Ray, if you want to raise your hand and talk about sign, building
Okay.
signage and canopy.
Hang on just a minute. I don't want another individual speaking just yet. We need to have the city commission. If you have any questions of the person that's testifying now, the engineer, now would be the time. Anyone have any questions for the engineer? Okay.
I have questions, but do any of you?
I just want to follow up on the tree, which I'm assuming you're going to follow up on. So
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, Commissioner Vaticiotis?
Yeah. The trees, there's 66 trees being removed, 66 being planted. At least that's what's shown on the site plan. And I'm not sure I understand what type of trees are you planning on planting?
Yeah, I'm going there. There are some live oaks we are planting, some magnolias. Actually, the count is, I think we are removing 51 trees replacement trees required, provided 66 trees. The replacement trees required are calculated by the square footage from the city. The required is 51 trees, provided 66 trees. We are planting 17 live oaks, 12 southern magnolias, 14 sycamores, and 11 American elms, and 12 Dawoon hollies, which will be replaced by Yupon holly,
What size are these going to be?
a 2-inch caliper.
2-inch caliper?
Yes.
Okay. So, and then you're going to pay, proposing to pay the rest in the tree fund?
Yes.
Do you know how much that is?
I do not know. Staff hasn't given me the amount but we will pay whatever the amount is. I think we are maximizing the planting of the trees on site. We don't want to, we already, I think some of the areas are 20-foot on center on the trees.
I understand, but I guess you mentioned the grading. From what I could see, that you're elevating, it appears to me you're elevating the rear of the site and pitching it forward. And I'm not sure I understand, is that just for water management that you're doing? I know you've got a berm that runs along the back of the site as well.
That's correct.
I should say a swale.
Yeah, that's correct. Basically, a stormwater management, holding the stormwater inside the property.
Is that necessary? Or is that just a figment of the design?
I think it's partly necessary because most of the water is draining back, and we have a good percolation rate there per the geotechnical report. So basically, we are not proposing to discharge any water to the right of way.
All right. And then, and you may have mentioned this, but I understand the recycling. It's a state law that requires recycling for car washes, but actually, how much potable water are you planning on using? Fresh potable water per wash for the rinse?
That's the question probably Ray Cato can better answer. He's the developer's representative and he builds the car washes. I think he's online. He should be able to give a definite number on that one.
Maybe I'm misunderstanding. You don't have the answer for that. Is that right?
I don't have the answer, but Ray Cato, who is online, can probably give that answer.
Okay. That's fine. If we don't know how much we're paying, those are a couple of answers I need questions I need answers to. Vice Mayor Carr, that's all I have at this particular point.
Yeah, I think one of the questions or follow-up questions that I had was about the caliber of a couple of the trees. I don't know the quality of the trees that were on the property line of, I believe, Westlake Animal Hospital. It's a north property line. I think one was 34-inch and another one was 24 inches. Do you have anyone on the line that could speak to the quality of those trees? I know those two are oak trees based on the backup. And they're pretty right close to the property line that are going to be taken out. Is that something that you're aware of at all in the conditions of those trees?
Unfortunately, I do not, but we did hire an arborist to provide the required tree report to the city. We had submitted that tree report as part of our site plan review. Unfortunately, I do not have the arborist online.
Okay. Yeah. And I can't remember the quality of the trees. I've been to the vet multiple times recently.
Mm-hmm.
But with this, they are putting a significant amount of oak trees and sycamore trees around the perimeter of the property. I think within 5 to 10 years, it's probably gonna be more of a quality tree than what's actually in that lot currently, because it's sand, Florida sand, and it's not always, occasionally you'll get some nice oaks, like you mentioned at Chili's. It's a great oak that saved, it's still there today. But with this one, I think with the current plan, the amount of trees they're putting in this property, I think is sufficient. But I mean, I would have liked to seen maybe a picture would have helped from a decision standpoint, but I'm fine with moving forward with this one.
Any other questions from the commission? Okay, sir, do you have someone else online that you want to have come in to testify?
Yes, I have Ray Cato. We can add on to a couple of items.
All right, sir, can you hear me? I'm going to need to go ahead and swear you in.
Yes, I can hear you.
All right, if you'd raise your right hand. You swear the testimony you're about to give is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay, did you want to make a presentation to the commission, or you just want to answer questions?
I'll answer the one question that was already asked, and then I'll field any other questions. The reclaim systems that we use are very sophisticated, obviously. Water's expensive. We understand it. It's a commodity, but the reclaim system, we reclaim it's right at 90% of the water used is reclaimed. So using 10,000 gallons at a day, 90% of that we're reclaiming. And not all of that is, I can't break it down to tell you that all of it is, the balance of it is used on cars, because some of that takes into account some evaporation that takes place and runoff. So hopefully it answers your question. We're using about 90% reclaimed water per wash.
Okay, does anyone have any questions? Yes, Vice Mayor?
Hey, Rick, can you just real quick let me know who you are on this process, please?
Hi, my name is Ray Cato. I'm with Creative Convenience Corporation. We're the construction manager / general contractor on the project. Our address is 6544 North US Highway 41, Suite 208B, Apollo Beach, Florida 33572.
Okay. Was it Ray or Rick?
R-A-Y, Ray.
Okay, great. Thanks, Ray. One of the questions I had was about wrapping the support beams with the matching block, or I'm sorry, matching rock that are already there. I think it goes up maybe 3 feet or so. Is that something that you guys would be able to do?
So, let me address some of your, I believe you're the gentleman that had a couple inquiries like that, which was also the building mural. Is that correct?
It would be like a picture, a historic picture of some sort.
So, as far as the canopy columns go, that really doesn't fit our image. We don't want to look like a racetrack, and the gas is really, I can't stress it enough, the gas is nothing at all but a secondary focus for this business. But I did notice you did put out an email, I believe it was you, about doing something at the monument sign with more stone, and we would be willing to do that. We would be willing to put a larger stone base, and maybe you had a real nice picture that had like a stone wing wall that we would be willing to accommodate if that would be a good compromise for you.
Yeah, I think that's fair on my end.
Okay.
One of the things that's unique to Tarpon Springs, and I know Renee brought up the fact that you all are going to be paying into the art fund, which we appreciate that. Again, one of the items I brought up was adding an old picture, or maybe something we could show for just a sponge of pride or something along those lines of being in Tarpon Springs. Again, I'm not asking for something large, but just something that recognizes the history and the character of Tarpon Springs itself. And I think Renee may have forwarded over a few of the pictures that I sent over to her as some examples. Is that something you guys have considered at all?
So what we'd like to do is we saw those. They really don't, again, they don't go with the decor of the building on the outside, but what we'd like to do with your permission is take those photos and put them on the inside. We do there's a car club here, so people, and there's an interior bathroom. So the patrons that do come inside, we'd like to put maybe 3 or 4 of those photographs in the interior, if that would be good.
Okay, that's fair with me. I mean, I understand you're paying in the public art fund and not doing the piece on the building itself or on the property. So that's fair. I think it's fair compromise on both those items.
Thank you.
As long as you guys are in agreement to that, right? As a you, Ray.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, I know Commissioner Vaticiotis, you had questions?
Yes.
Okay.
Sir, do you know how much you're going to be paying into the tree fund?
No, I don't believe we haven't gotten that number from staff yet.
Okay. And I understand that 95% would be reclaimed, but how much actual water, fresh potable water will use per wash?
It varies depending upon the wash, but there will be about if there's if there's 10,000 gallons a day being used, there will be about 1,000 gallons of fresh water used that day.
I'm not sure I'm following, because the way the staff report was presented, which I believe when it said proposed, I believe you proposed the numbers of 10,100 gallons per day. And then for potable water, and then 10,100 gallons per day for sewer, I guess, if you will. And I'm trying to understand if that's truly the case, and if you're going to be using some, let's say, 10 gallons or 5 gallons for a wash, how that reconciles with your trip count, because it doesn't make sense right now.
We use, each wash uses approximately 40 gallons of water per, it averages out. There's like 3 different packages, and it averages out to be 40 gallons of water per wash per car, and about 90% of that is reclaimed.
Okay, so
it's about 4 or 5 gallons of fresh water that will be used per car. The balance will be reclaimed.
okay, I'm just having some. Have you seen the? I'm having some difficulty right now, because we've got 10,100 gallons of potable water. It doesn't say that that's mixed with reclaim and used for car washing. That's basically potable water that our reverse osmosis plant produces. And you've got a net of, I think it's something like a total of 46 trips peak hour. And somehow this isn't adding up to me. And I'm not sure whether you were asked about this before by the city staff or the Planning and Zoning Commission. So it's either the potable water is way over estimated, or else your trips or less, or else it's accurate and your trips are actually much greater than what is being shown as far as a total of 46 peak hour trips. So I'm having a little difficulty in reconciling that. Can you help explain that, I guess?
I cannot, I didn't put those numbers together. I apologize. I did not put those numbers together, nor have I seen those numbers. I can tell you what it.
Ray, I think this is Ravi Alur with Aspire Engineering. I think if Libby Rodriguez, our traffic planner, is online, also she might be able to have some input. But the number you're looking at on the site plan, 10,100 gallon per day of water demand is from other car washes that we have unbuilt and in operational for last 3-4 years. The 10,100 gallon per day comes from those car washes, average of about 3 to 5 car washes that is in operation for the last 3-5 years. That's the average gallon per day.
Is that
Fresh
car
water,
wash identical
fresh
to the
water.
one is that car wash identical to the one that you're proposing?
Yes, sir. I know that's a lot of water, 10,100 gallons per day, but
Well,
that's,
I mean, it is a lot of water, especially the
Yes.
way you're saying that you're going to use it with 95% reclaim. It doesn't, it's not adding up to me. And then there was one other question I had. Why do you have such a large stacking area?
The stacking,
Off to the, it appears to me it would be off to the south side of the property between the retention pond and the
Right.
main wash area. I think it's, for example, cars that would come out and you would stack them there for whatever reason.
yeah, it's really not that big. It's stacking for about 12 to 15 cars. What you're going to find that happens is as the people come around and make that left-hand turn, they're not all lining up in a right lane, middle lane, or left lane. They're kind of laying back a little bit, waiting to see which, kind of like at a grocery store, which lane opens up first. So we have adequate stacking. We hopefully we've got enough stack. It'll be about 12 or 15 cars.
Well, it looks like to me, I'm counting about 25 cars right now.
No, we
Yeah.
wouldn't.
yeah, if they perfectly use all three lanes, that's correct. That may not be the case practically. They may use two lanes, crisscross. That's what we are showing on the site plan is the maximum stacking that we can have on the property.
Well, but what I'm trying to say is adding impervious, if you don't need that much of a stack, why are you, I mean, you're taking trees out, I guess is what I'm getting at. If you don't need anything that you've got, I mean, count the number of cars. It's not my imagination. I'm counting the number of cars that you're showing in your drawing. And
Yeah,
it's
one of
stacking.
one of the things separates these car washes from other car washes is the convenience that we give customers. Even if you look at the vacuum spaces, they're about 13 feet wide. You need about 9-10 feet for the parking, but it's all the convenience that we are providing the customers. They can open both the doors on the cars and walk on the car, use the vacuum effectively. It's all customer convenience, I think. Ray, you want to emphasize that?
Well, yeah, but look, the stacking, again, I was just on one of these sites we built today at Wash City, which is in Apopka, Florida. The stacking doesn't get used like it's drawn on paper. When somebody comes around that left turn, they're waiting to see who lines up. So again, we're looking for stacking for about a dozen cars, and we that's really the function. And if we can't shift the curb line anywhere and save any trees. This property does have quite a bit of grade to it. In fact, it almost shut the project down because of the grade. We actually had the building turned a different way at one point. Our preference was to put the building parallel with 19, and the site cost was astronomical to build it that way. So we had to make these changes and use some of the natural slope to pull it off.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions from the commission? Sir, you as the applicant, do you have any additional witnesses that you want to produce?
Not unless you have any additional questions.
Okay, thank you. Now it'd be, if there is no additional testimony for the applicant, we'll go ahead to the public comment. Anyone in the public wish to speak on this agenda item? Could you step forward, state your name, please?
Certainly. John Jennings, 2204 Pine Drive. I am the chairman of the Public Art Committee. And I think Ms. Vincent answered my question, but I would really appreciate further clarification on the public art component. Not necessarily tonight, but down the road. Thank you.
Anyone else in the public want to speak? If you'd raise your right hand, you're going to be sworn under oath. You swear the testimony you're about to give is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
State your name, please.
Mike Eisner, 1515 Riverside Drive. As I'm listening to this case, I have a couple of things that I just don't understand. We have 50 some odd trees coming out that are mature trees, and we have 2-inch trees coming back in. And I still don't know how many. That's a question that I would like to know. And I don't know how we can go forward without having that information. And it seems like it's total confusion with how many gallons of water we're going to use with the reclaim. So how do you go forward with this? This is something that has to be deferred. So, I mean, it just seems like there's not definitive answers to the questions that you need to give this any further thought. That's my comment.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right, if you could raise your right hand. You swear the testimony you're about to give is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. State your name.
Chris Roboski, 1602 Gulf Beach Boulevard, Tarpon Springs, 34689. So I texted a friend of mine who owns a car wash, and he said that some of those numbers are accurate, but the reason why is because many disable the reclaim after they open because they have problems with it. But if it's running right, it saves the car wash lots of money. So unless they're forced to keep this thing, the reclaim running, they're going to use a whole lot of water. And I don't know what the regs are. I asked him and he hasn't responded if they have to keep it on or if they turn it off as soon as it screws up. But he said that they do have problems with them quite often. So they're not constantly recycling the water as you thought they were. So it's not 90% every single day. It's whenever they get around to it, when the machine is working. So that can add up to lots and lots of water, fresh water. So you might want to ask them those questions. And will there be some reporting on it? Will there be some city inspection of it? Will they be checking to make sure that they're recycling this water and the quality of the water, et cetera? Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Can I get everybody that is going to testify, stand up and raise your right hand so we're not doing this one at a time? Okay, it looks like you're the last person. You swear the testimony you're about to give is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. State your name, please.
Jackie Turner, 792 Chesapeake Drive. As others have stated, it seems a lot of questions, really good questions that the commission has asked about the tree removal. It's very unclear. Really like the point about what happened with Chili's. Can we do the same thing? The water usage, that's of course quite concerning. So what about our other car washes in town? Do we need this? Is there an economic need for this? What have we determined with that? And I did a quick Google search here on Big Dan's. They say on their website that there's 11 Florida locations, 4 in Georgia and 1 in South Carolina. However, the only location that is showing as actively open and operating is 1 location in Georgia in Fairburn. All the others have coming soon or coming fall of 2021. By the way, Tarpon is advertised as coming fall of 2021. So there seems to be a lot of unanswered questions that I'm very glad the commission has brought up today. Others here have those same. So is this a model that's going to work for Tarpon? Just something to consider. Thank you.
Thank you. Michelle, any emails that came in on this agenda item?
No emails on this item.
Okay, Mr. Jump, is there anyone else on Zoom that would like to testify today?
Anyone online would like to testify, please raise your hand and you'll be allowed in. And we do have one raised hand at this time.
Okay, if you could let that person in.
If you could swear me in, Mr. Trask.
Yes, go ahead. Raise your right hand. You swear the testimony you're about to give is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, go ahead, please.
Everybody's really given the concerns about the car wash facility. How much does it take away from our reverse osmosis plant? All that. I don't have anything regarding that, but I just want to state, who is Jacob Carr to sit there and tell this business what Tarpon arts need to be or should be implemented in a state of where it makes the business side he has to give into that. I mean, we need to have the Public Arts Committee step in and decide if there should be something. Do we go and tell every business owner or anybody who wants to build on properties? We didn't do that over by the Dixie Highway. I didn't hear Jacob Carr talk about, oh, we want some tarpon items installed inside your little parking plaza and all that. So it seems like the vice mayor picks and chooses where he doesn't want historical pieces or just art in general to be in town. And he just needs to realize it's not his decision to be making that, and needs to let everybody else in control on the committees and stuff decide. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Jump, is there anyone else that wishes to speak?
Yes, we do have another raised hand. Allow them in to talk.
Thank you.
Hey, this is Jarrett Shaddy with Big Dan's Car Wash. I'm the owner.
Okay, I need you to go ahead and I'm going to swear you in. You swear the testimony you're about to give is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay. Go ahead, sir. Tell us what you want to tell us.
I just want to make a comment about the locations we have planned in the pipeline. And so just some background. Our group, we own and operated over 60 convenience stores throughout the Southeast and sold in 2008. And then we owned and operated a chain of 6 car washes and sold that business in 2016. And so we're putting that money back into this development. We're a family office. This is all of our hard-earned money that we have worked for. And, I plan to treat city of Tarpon Springs like my own and plan to run this business to the highest standard possible. And we have tons of experience with operations. And so we are more than capable of performing here. And as far as the comment with the reclaim, this is going to be all brand new state-of-the-art equipment. And we own and operate the location in Fairburn, Georgia, which is open, and we do not have a reclaim go down. So this is, we have tons of experience with this, and we're very prepared to take on this task. That's all I have.
Thank you. Mr. Jump, is there anyone else that wishes to speak?
Yes, sir, there is. I'll allow the next person in.
Okay.
You can unmute yourself and state your name and address for the record.
Am I good to go?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Delakis.
Hi, Peter Delakis.
You raise your right hand.
Yes, I swear to tell the truth.
Do you swear that testimony you're about to give is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Of course, yes.
Thank you. Go ahead. State your name.
Yeah, Peter Delakis, 514 Ashland Avenue. I think there were some valid points as to whether the need is needed here, but my concern is the structure of the operation seems to be by membership only, and you're forcing people to sign up for a membership, yet didn't see any information provided as to what the membership runs. I did see that people would not be able to purchase retail gas directly, but there is some information lacking with regards to the process of membership and such of that nature. And I think it was brought up about whether there is truly sufficient equity to provide this. I know it's not a criteria, but it is something that should be always looked at, because in the past, many developers have come in and promised things and start something and it never comes through. And then we're stuck with a piece of property that was de-treed. Just look at what happened behind the Mosey's and the Dollar General right off of Morgan and Alter 19 years ago. They promised they were going to build all those townhomes, and yet they went belly up. There's only one building of 4, and they took out all the trees behind there. So I know it's not a requirement in code to look at the bonding potential of the project such that they do bond for a certain amount that the project does get completed. But when you're getting a company that's been pointed out that's newly going into this new venture, I think the city of Tarpon Springs would be wise to find some way to ensure that the project does go through. We would like it to go through, but we want to make sure that it does go through and that not a year or so down the road later, if they're spending the money in Georgia or these other locations, this project goes fallow and we're stuck with another piece of vacant land. So that would be my recommendation to the board, to get some kind of bonding or insurance by the applicant such that they will complete the project for the city of Tarpon Springs benefit. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Jump, is there anyone else?
We do not have any other raised hands at this time, sir.
Thank you. Does the city wish to make some type of summary or closing or answer questions that may have come up?
Regarding the trees, a little bit of background. Prior to the adoption of the tree ordinance that we have today, yes, there was a lot of push and pull when site plans were coming in. We rearranged them. We did the best that we could. And yes, sometimes that did get us, a better result at the end. Under the tree ordinance that we have today that was adopted, I want to say in the 2010-11 timeframe, maybe even a little earlier, it became extremely, I want to say punitive, but it provides a pretty healthy monetary incentive to preserve as many trees as possible on site. It exempts out certain trees if they are in the footprint of the structures that are being proposed, where grading is an issue. So I do want to apologize that we did not run the tree removal calculations. That should have been done and it should have been provided to you. That won't happen again, and that's on me. They may in fact have sticker shock when they see what that inch for inch replacement or pay in lieu is at the end of the day. So with that, I mean, regarding the use of water, Ray Page does sit on our technical review committee. He's familiar with how the car washes do operate. He was not concerned about the impact on our long-term ability to provide water. So from the technical review committee perspective, this site plan as it's presented does meet the land development code. And so we do recommend approval as is presented. Thank you.
Thank you. Does the applicant have any summary that they would like to give?
I got two. This is Ravi Alur with Aspire Engineering. I have two clarifications. One is going back to the tree removal. The city staff did require us to hire an arborist. We did hire an arborist to evaluate all the existing trees and provided a detailed report of the existing tree conditions. Based on working with the city, we came up with what we are showing on the plan as for the replacement trees. And one of the other questions raised was membership only. Anybody can come inside the property and wash the cars. There is no membership requirement to wash the cars. The only membership requirement is to buy the gas. To buy the gas, you should have a membership, car club membership. That's the only membership you need to come buy the gas. That's all I had. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Vice Mayor, it's back to the commission. The public portion of the meeting is closed. Now it's for consideration by the commission.
Okay, I just want to make a couple comments based on the applicant. They agreed on the following. If there is a motion to approve this tonight, I would ask that we add this as well, if you all are in agreement. The first one was to replace the Dayhoon hollies, which front the property along US 19 with either Yopon holly or a weeping Yopon holly tree or a combination of both. The second one is to add an additional layer of plants in front of the viburnum, either with Kunti palms or flax lily. That would exclude the far west side along the retention pond. And then I believe also the applicant was in agreement with doing some type of monument sign with stone as a base and a wing side, which would be reviewed by staff in a separate application. And that would be a unique design outside of the rectangle shape. And then they also agreed to add some historic signs or historic pictures inside the building within the waiting area. With that, was there any other discussion that the board would like to have? Commissioner?
Are we going to make a motion first, or is this just a discussion you want to have beforehand, or? Which I know what you did is to include it as part of the motion. Is that right?
Yeah,
I
that's
just
correct.
have some questions, nothing to add to a motion.
Let's go ahead and just ask some questions now. We'll move forward with
Okay.
the motion afterwards.
I don't know if any of the other commissioners are, okay. I would really like to approve this this evening, but in good conscience, I don't feel I can. And the reason why, there's a number of things. One, we don't have an arborist report to tell us, as you pointed out, Vice Mayor Carr, what the quality of the trees are. And looking at the photographs of the existing site, the trees in the background, which are suspect is that large 34-inch oak, from just the photograph, looks in pretty good shape. The other problem I have, and I understand Ms. Vincent's comment, and I don't mean anything else other than just my statement. I think accepting money for trees is fine in lieu of replanting them, but we don't have, unless you disagree with me, we don't have a good track record of planting trees. We just accumulate the money and it sits there. I mean, and as you know, from my perspective, we're struggling a little bit with the North Pinellas beautification. We're struggling with a downtown just to get a couple of trees in the ground. So I'm not, just because we get money for trees does not mean much to me, and regardless of how much, but the information should have been there, and Ms. Vincent owned up to it. That's fine. But I'd like to have, I just don't understand as far as the some of the engineering that's gone into this, and why we can't save some of these trees. I would like to have some arborist weigh in on this. Again, the arborist report may have been helpful to, if all these trees are questionable, then maybe that's one thing as far as the survival goes. But if they're all good, healthy trees, I'm not too crazy about trading an 18-inch oak for a 2-inch caliper tree right now. And there's some chance that that tree may not even survive long-term, or we've got a beautiful 18-inch oak just sitting there. So I just, again, I just don't know that we did enough with this site. The stacking of the 20-25 cars, I think the engineer for the applicant said it right. There's a lot of convenience built in here for the customers, but I think that at the expense of the site. That's how I see it. So thank you.
Commissioner Donovan?
Yeah, thank you, Vice Mayor. I just want to give my thoughts on it before we move a motion or anything like that, just so I have some justification here. I mean, this board makes a lot of effort to, when it's convenient, to say, hey, we want to try to respect our citizen volunteer boards as much as we can. But I mean, that's another thing to consider here, is just that the PNC board did unanimously recommend approval of this. I personally think the evidence is there to support it. I didn't have, I mean, I thought they tried their best to answer every question that was proposed to them. And frankly, just to bring up, some of the citizen comment in terms of, again, I know this is kind of a philosophy difference, but I don't think it's government's role to look at a business and say, you're going to be profitable here, or you're not going to be profitable here. I don't think that's what we're here to do. I think as long as the evidence supports creating this property and making this business, then the residents will decide. But again, I'm in support of this tonight, given the backup, given the P&Z board's backing and staff recommendation.
Two comments real quick. One thing I think would be good is to be also add like a 2-year guarantee for the trees. That's something on the site plan that we could also add as a condition. And then I was visiting Sarasota this weekend, and I saw a similar car wash to this, and I had to do a double take for how many cars were actually stacked up at the car wash. I was really surprised when I saw that myself. I mean, there's probably 45 cars that were waiting on a Saturday morning to get into the car wash. So I do understand the stacking a little bit just because I saw that firsthand. And there's not a lot of these, I would say, around here at all. So I think the demand will be higher. So I do understand that from a stacking standpoint, just because of what I witnessed, just to share a little more on the background. So with that, if there's no more comments, I would open for a motion.
Motion to approve.
I did want to ask you a question.
Okay.
Is there anything that this commission thinks it can do to help ameliorate some of the observations I've made with respect to the quality of trees and maybe having our arborists look at it from the standpoint of and meeting somebody on that site from the applicants and at the time of permitting, making some determination of whether these trees can be saved or not through a tree well or some other mechanism that our arborist may have in mind that would work.
Sure. Do you want to add, I mean, we could add that as a condition if the commissioner would like to do that. If you want to make a recommendation to add maybe onto the list of items that I've added of the 2, 4, 5 already of recommended conditions.
I got,
Commissioner Terrapini?
I mean, I would just say that at a certain point, our arborist is going to go there regardless and make a determination on the healthiness of the trees, whether or not the applicant pays for that tree or not based on its health, and then ultimately is going to give the applicant a fee sum. So regardless, our arborist is going to go out there and do that. Am I right on saying that, Renee?
Yes, they will. And I do want to, there is an arborist report. And I was just sitting here flipping through it. It did not get added to the agenda backup and it should have. With regard to the live oaks themselves, a lot of them, are assessed as poor. Some are good. I'm looking at the numbers and trying to look at the site plan and figure out which ones, or if it's the ones you're talking about. I'll be happy to provide that report, to the board. I know it's after the fact right now. It is part of the agenda backup. We've had it. It was done in July of 2020. It didn't get into the agenda backup. So I certainly think, a condition, added to the approval, if that's where the board goes tonight, to, ensure that our arborist, she's looked at the report, I can tell you, works with the developer to, save any good condition trees on site where possible through use of tree wells or other appropriate, mitigation techniques is fine.
Let me just share something with this commission. The other thing that we used to do was actually we had a contract with a tree spade company. The city used to have a tree spade, but it was in disrepair and it sat over there. So we did have a contract with a tree spade company. And if, for example, West Winds, when that went into construction, we actually sent the tree spade in there and pulled excellent trees that there was absolutely nothing wrong with them and relocated them to a spot where we could use them. Sometimes we moved them to Craig Park as an example. So in a sense, we got a free 12-inch caliper oak tree, for example, and this was a fairly large tree spade. And we don't do that now, which in my opinion, we should be doing. And so that's another example of how we could kind of save some of these trees rather than just replacing a 12-inch with a 2-inch caliper, which I think would still be done. And you could take some of that that funds that we get for the removal of the tree, whether it's by cutting it or by tree spade, and actually pay for that transport of that tree by tree spade to another spot that the city might have or to another property. I'd like to have something like that maybe woven into this site plan. Again, based on the arborist opinion of whether it would be worth it to do that or not.
So is your recommendation to add a condition to the approval that our arborists work with the applicant to save as many good trees as possible?
Yes, it would be up to the city manager if he thinks he would have enough time, for example, to contract with a tree spade company and use some of that money that we would get for the tree removal to offset that cost for the tree spade company to relocate those trees somewhere, city property, Craig Park, some of the other parks that we've got where it'd be a beautiful spot for a nice, not mature, but certainly a much nicer than a 2-inch caliper oak.
Sure.
Yeah.
Commissioner Donovan, there was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different items that I recommended as conditions, and then Commissioner Vaticiotis has a 6th one. Do you have any problems with adding those?
I just have a question for Commissioner Vaticiotis. Is that accurate what Vice Mayor Carr said, where our arborist is going to take a look at it and work with them, and then, we'll move on from there? Or is it specifically saying we need the tree spade?
Maybe I'm confused. Basically, it would be for, say it one more time.
I just want to know what the condition is. What exactly is the 6th condition?
Oh, the 6th condition would be for the city manager to contract with a tree spade company. Use some of the, when you remove a tree from the site, it doesn't matter whether it's cut or whether the city pulls it out by tree spade. We're going to pay a certain amount of money, and I would suspect, unless I'm wrong, maybe a tree spade is going to charge about $400 to relocate a tree for us. And so you would use that money to hire a tree spade company to go in and pull an oak that would be approved by our arborist as worth saving and relocate it to another city property, whether it's one of our parks or some other right of way.
Okay, I'm
Is
okay
that
with that.
correct?
I'm okay with that if it was kind of flipped. Like, I would rather have the condition say, hey, our arborist is going to go in and see what is good and what we might be able to save before we say, hey, we're going to get with a tree spade company. Does that make sense?
But then I would like to make that part to actually save that tree. Maybe I'm missing something. When would tree spade?
My point is, I don't want a condition in there that's going to say, hey, we have to use a tree spade company if our arborist goes in and looks and is like, yeah, hey, there's nothing here worth saving, or something like that. She probably won't. I'm just making the point that I would rather start with, say, hey, allow our arborist to go in and take a look, and whatever trees we are able to save, we'll save.
No, I understand, but what I'm getting at is that it would be at the city manager's discretion. If there's trees worth saving, we're basically directing him as part of this motion to hire a tree spade company and relocate that tree.
Okay.
If the tree is worth saving. I'm not.
I think we're saying the same thing. I'm good with that.
Clear, City Manager LaCourse? You
at
follow what I'm
discretion.
saying, right? Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Just for clarification, I think the intent would be that, that cost would be covered by the mitigation fee that the developer's going to pay
Yes.
regardless.
Yeah,
So I
I'd
think,
feel a lot better that we're actually putting that money to some use and saving a nice tree, putting it somewhere in the
Understood.
park rather than not. So, and by the way, if the tree spade company goes in there, we could have some determined spots picked out by the arborist that tree would go in there. I think the city manager's agreeing in that particular point. So that would save us some money as well, rather than moving it twice.
Okay, I'll amend the motion to
I'm
include
okay with that. If
include all the commission's amendments, all 6 of them.
we're okay with that.
Mhm.
Is that all right, Commissioner Donovan?
I'll have to listen to the tape to get all of this, so I'm not going to try to write it down.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, roll call.
Commissioner Vaticiotis?
Yes.
Commissioner Donovan?
Yes.
Commissioner Terrapini?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Carr?
Yes. Renee, I'm sorry, one quick question. Is there an applicant? Is he going to be coming back in for the permits anytime soon? Did he state that at all?
I don't know what's their schedule for construction permitting.
Okay, if you could just update the board when that happens, or Kevin,
Certainly.
maybe let Kevin know.
Second reading to this, isn't there, Renee?
No, this is just one reading. It's just a site plan resolution for approval.
Okay, item number 14, ordinance 2021-03, amending date of municipal election, first reading. City Attorney.
Yes, this is ordinance 2021-03, an ordinance of the city of Tarpon Springs, Florida, amending section 11 of Article 2 of the city charter to change the date of the municipal election and providing for an effective date hereof. That was a reading of ordinance 2021-03 by title only. There will be a second reading on May 25th, 2021, and it will be published in the Tampa Bay Times by title only on May 12th, 2021.
Okay. City Manager.
Don't have anything to add to that.
It's just cleanup language in the ordinance
That's what it looks like.
currently.
Okay. Thank you for the presentation. Do we have any emails in this, Ms. Manusa?
No emails.
Mr. Jump? Do we have anyone wanting to speak on this item?
If anyone would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand and you'll be allowed in to talk. And we do have a raised hand at this time, sir.
Paniotis Kuyas, 595 Peninsula Avenue. I am so looking forward to the municipal elections coming March 2020 or 2022. And there are many key issues. You know, half of you go up there and act like you're going to represent the city. You run your campaigns about doing good, changing the old guard. But we're really going to change the old guard coming soon. This 45 years of catastrophe that's been going on. And the main focus, as I've looked up in election campaigns and election debates throughout the history of Tarpon Springs, especially with people like Jim Colianos, was the future city manager position and where we're going to go from here. We are sitting in a complacent state. We are lagging behind other cities in North Pinellas County, from downtown to just overall professionalism in our city management. And we still have this good old boy network controlling us. That will be a major topic on campaigns. I will personally ask candidate for mayor, Robin Singer, to start coming out publicly to address whether she wants to keep our city in the same stagnant state, or if we're really to work and look towards the future of Tarpon Springs. And our current city manager is not the future of Tarpon Springs. Neither is the management. The comprehensive and strategic planning. That's going to be another big topic as we push forward. And we want to make sure that it's representative of the people. We need to find ways to be more citizen engagement. We're falling off from that. And creating incentives for businesses that come into Tarpon Springs and not letting these commissioners with their developers and, you know, they have these properties, they jack up rent, they pretty much charge an arm and a leg for these small businesses to try to survive, and they don't. And then they fall out. Then you got half of downtown Tarpon Springs looking for rent. And, you know, citizen engagement. We're going to be transparent. We're going to get that stuff on the record about how we're going to reach out to our citizens, whether it be code enforcement, public hearings, not these stupid newspaper ads. You can put an ad on Facebook that will reach so many people just on your Tarpon Springs City website. 10,000 people you'll reach if you put it out there. But the city tries to not do that stuff. We're going to change the way we have our meetings for all these other boards. They're going to push them back later in the day, try to find more people who aren't part of this yes man mentality. And it's going to be a new day in Tarpon Springs because we're tired of this yes man mentality. We're tired of the good old boy network, the entitlement, the families backing up one another. And that will be the biggest topic here moving forward. And as well as vertical density. Some of you commissioners are forcibly telling the city manager to put pressure on Renee Vincent to focus on vertical density. But once we get you guys gone, Renee Vincent's going to be able to do what's best for the citizens. She's going to be able to plan a zone away from your guys' special interests. And that's where we're going to move forward. And right now we have a state where we don't trust you guys. This new election's coming. And the main focus will be the main topic for every seat who's going to be running will be the city manager position. You're either, if you support them, you're part of the complacency because of your blind loyalty. And if you want them gone, that's because you want a better Tarpon Springs and our city to stop lagging behind the other cities in North County. So it's a very important election. We're going to break away from this chain. And I promise you, we are going to have a better Tarpon Springs. Thank you.
Mr. Jump, do we have anybody else online wishing to speak or on the telephone?
We do not have any other raised hands at this time.
Do we have any ones in the member of the, anybody in the audience that would like to speak on this item? Public comment. Seeing none. The chair will entertain a motion.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, do we have any comments on these items?
Yeah,
Mr. Donovan.
I have a comment, Vice Mayor. I'd start with a question of the city attorney. I just have a question. Forgive me if this is in the charter. Are we able to change the qualification fee and the 25 qualified elector cards that are required in B Or is that something that's in the charter, or is that something we would be able to change with this ordinance?
You can't change it with this ordinance. It would require a referendum. The only reason that you're allowed to change the date is there's a state statute that specifically provides that notwithstanding any provision in the charter, the municipality may by ordinance move the date of the municipal election. So if you want to change any other portions of the ordinance or this section 11 of the charter, we're going to need to do it by referendum.
Okay, thank you. Nothing I was going to bring up is worth going referendum. I was just going to say eliminate the qualification fee and eliminate the 25 qualified elector cards. I found them pretty trivial when I was running, and that'll save somebody. It'll just make it easier to run for office. So no worries. Thank you.
Welcome.
Any other comments? Seeing none, roll call.
Commissioner Vaticiotis?
Yes.
Commissioner Donovan?
Yes.
Commissioner Terrapini?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Carr?
Yes. We are approaching 11 o'clock. We have, let's see. Well, let's move on. We can do this resolution, I think, quickly. Resolution 2021-29, terminating state of local emergency.
Yes, this is resolution 2021-29, a resolution of the Board of Commissioners of the City of Tarpon Springs, Florida, declaring the termination of the state of local emergency for the City of Tarpon Springs as a result of the coronavirus disease 2019 COVID-19 outbreak and providing for an effective date. That was a reading of resolution 2021-29 by title only.
Okay, City Manager.
Only thing I want to add is, obviously, I did not sign the new emergency order based on what happened with the governor and what Pinellas County was doing. So with that not being in effect, I began to put everything back to how it was pre-COVID. Got with the city attorney, with the resolutions and everything that was done. This is the way to terminate everything that's been done in the state of emergency and during COVID and return ourselves to normal operations, which we've pretty much are back to, and we'll finish that after this vote tonight, and we'll restore everything to pre-COVID times.
Ms. Manousis, have we received any emails on this item?
No emails on this
Okay,
item.
Mr. Jump, do we have anyone with their hands raised wishing to speak in this item?
If anyone would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand. You'll be allowed in to talk. And we do not have any raised hands at this time, sir.
Okay, are there any public comments? Seeing none, the chair will entertain a motion.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, do we have any comments on this? Commissioner Vaticiotis?
Yeah, two. One, the business assistance program, what happens with that?
You approve, are you talking about the putting the stuff out? You approved that to date certain. So that you did the last time you were before the board.
With the things that are not complying with our ordinance anymore?
Yes.
So we can continue that in place until the time certain?
Yes, the way you did it, with the way we approved it when it came up to do, and you set a final date for those things.
Okay.
That's outside because of the board action that was taken. That's where that's the exception.
And that's okay, city attorney, as far as,
Yes.
okay. The other question I have, and this is something I brought up with the mayor, as far as the emails continuing to be read into the record. He's saying that, as long as the emergency orders is fine and stuff like that. And I said, well, what if it's over? And he says, well, we're going to have to change the rules. Can we get an extension similar to what you just described for the business assistance program until we can make a change in the rule?
The board can do anything, but those were all in the methods of doing the meetings were in the emergency order. So I'm restoring the meetings, everything back to normal. The board can take any action to do anything different with the board action like you did with the.
So we'll continue reading the emails into.
No, everything's got the next meeting that's not average. All the meetings from here forward are going to go back to the old, to the pre-COVID emergency standards. Now, the board can take action to do anything about changing what they're going to do, but the meetings will go back. That was done during the emergency to set up the Zooms, the reading in. We'll go back to meetings, but the board can take future action.
Right,
to change any procedure.
procedure,
Yes.
the way okay, I'll talk to you about that separately, see if we can get something scheduled.
Okay.
That's it, Vice Mayor.
Okay, roll call.
Commissioner Vaticiotis?
Is that roll call?
Yes.
Yes.
Commissioner Donovan?
Yes.
Commissioner Terrapini?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Carr?
Yes. We do have one item left, item number 17. We have 3 minutes left. Is there a desire to extend the meeting?
Motion to extend to 11:10.
I'll second that.
Okay. Roll call.
Commissioner Vaticiotis?
Yes.
Commissioner Donovan?
Yes.
Mr. Terrapini?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Carr?
Yes. Okay, next item is item number 17. Commissioner Vaticiotis, yes, put this on the agenda.
Yeah, I'll make my comments brief. The memorandum is self-explanatory. It ensued due to a conversation that occurred on Facebook. There's a couple of memos in there from involving the mayor. He was made abreast of this. And the issue is recognizing the sponge boats that it's getting harder for them to continue operating and recognizing their importance to Tarpon Springs. And, looking at it historically, the name of the first helmeted sponge boat that got underway was the Hope, and it was June 18th. So that's where those dates came from. The Tarpon Springs Merchants Association has agreed to help with this celebration on June 18th. The mayor seems to be a part of this, but it would also extend beyond just the sponge boats and the industry, the entire marine commerce industry for Tarpon Springs, and then anyone else that feels that there's some sense of need of hope to kind of in a sense of wishing Tarpon Springs will be brighter and better tomorrow than what we have today, if there's certain things that bother them today.
Okay, great. Thank you for bringing this forward. I know there's some other documentation, I think, from Ms. Benitez as well that talked about something similar too. So,
by the way, this is just a plan to get the authorization to move ahead with the planning. The actual proclamation and the other details will be done once the mayor has returned, I think, June 8th.
Yes, and we have plenty of time. The mayor is, by sending that, supportive of this. We have two meetings really, the one stack. So we've got plenty of time, even by June 8th, to have the resolution written, the mayor to be back to take part of that process. And we've got that time to do it, get it planned, bring the resolution back to you June 8th and be set for the date of things. So we got plenty of time to do it, and everybody, all the commission can be involved in it that way.
okay. Ms. Manusa, do we have any emails on this item?
No emails except the email from Ms. Benitez sent directly to the commission. If you'd like, I can read it.
Sure.
It's from Lisa Benitez, 733 North Florida Avenue. Dear Mayor Alahouzes, a suggestion was made on the I Grew Up in Tarpon Springs 2 Facebook page for the city to honor the few existing sponge boats, divers, and crew in some way. Many people like that idea on the Facebook page. I personally would add that sponge boats, divers, and crews be included. What a wonderful community project this could be. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. Mr. Jump, do we have any attendees wishing to speak online?
If anyone would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand and you'll be allowed to talk. And we do not have any raised hands at this time.
Okay. Are there any public comments? Pickleball, thanks for waiting tonight.
Yes. 4.5 hours. Tina Bukavalis, 115 Athens Street, Tarpon Springs. I'm speaking on behalf of the Greektown Preservation and Heritage Association. We are a nonprofit organization whose mission is to preserve and promote the cultural and historical heritage of the National Register listed Greektown Historic District, which includes the sponge docks and the sponge boats. We would like to commend and support the Hope Day initiative proposed by Commissioner Vaticiotis. The proclamation and event would be a wonderful way to commemorate an event that changed the history of our community and made a significant impact on the state of Florida, which at the time was economically tied to its maritime industries. It would also be an excellent way to acknowledge the distinctiveness of the sponge boats and the sponge docks, one of only 5 remaining working downtown waterfronts in the state of Florida. Now, just for context, You know some of this, but you may not know all of it. I'd like to give a few historical details. In the early 20th century, Greek immigrants, primarily from the Saronic Gulf and Dodecanese Islands, significantly expanded and changed Florida's sponge industry. The local industry was initiated by John Cheney in 1891. By 1900, there were 252 Americans, 112 white, 140 black, and 107 Bahamians, 21 white, 86 black, 1 Greek, and 1 Norwegian in the industry. So there were 361 people in the industry. Then John Kokoros and his brothers brought over the first Greek sponge crew from Aegina, which first harvested sponges on June 18th, 1905. But by the end of 1905, another 500 Greeks had arrived in a town that then had 541 other people. Within a couple years, there were 100 sponge boats and up to 800 Greeks working Florida waters, as well as many others in related maritime businesses. The 1910 census shows about 900 Greeks in the business versus 40 Americans, 32 Bahamians, evenly divided between white and black. So the Greeks revolutionized the sponge business using both diving and hooking. And Tarpon Springs became the largest U.S. sponge port, but this was just the beginning. The Greeks were the majority in Tarpon Springs during many of the years from 1905 to 1940, which was a situation unparalleled in any other town in the United States. And in 2018, I combed a lot of early census records and written documents, which revealed over 1,100 Greek families in the sponge business. And that is the tip of the iceberg because there were multiple people in most of those families involved in the business. So the Greektown Preservation and Heritage Association would very much like to be part of this proposed Hope Day event. So please keep us informed and feel free to call on us if we can provide any appropriate assistance as things unfold. Thank you very much for considering the event.
Thank you. Are there any other public comments on this item? Seeing none, we'll go to open up for a motion.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Okay. Any comments? Yes, sir.
I just want to thank Commissioner Vaticiotis for bringing it up, as well as Ms. Benitez for her email.
Yeah, I want to second that as well. Thank you both for doing that. Roll call.
Commissioner Vaticiotis?
Yes.
Commissioner Donovan?
Yes.
Commissioner Terrapini?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Carr?
Yes. With that, that concludes the regular session agenda. We'll move to staff comments. Police Chief Young.
Yes, sir. It saddens me to announce the passing of one of Tarpon's finest, Captain Joe Farantelli, passed away this Saturday. He retired from our agency after 22 years, over 22 years of dedicated service to the city. Back in 1999 is when he retired. Actually worked with Captain Farantelli. He was a great man. I know he was worked with then Chief Lacoris as well. Our entire agency sends thoughts and prayers out to the Farantelli family.
Thank you. City Attorney.
Nothing tonight. Thank you.
City Manager.
No, just it'll be a tough 2 meetings coming up. We've got a lot of items that I've got to spread over 2, possibly 3 meetings. So I just want to inform that. I'll defer my rest of the time to the board.
Thanks. City Clerk.
Just one comment, if I can get signatures on the resolutions before we leave tonight. Thank you.
Sure. Commissioner Terrapini.
I just want to express my condolences to the Koskutis family on the loss of their son and brother and uncle. I know it was sudden, and I'm sorry for your loss.
Commissioner Donovan.
No comments.
Commissioner Vaticiotis.
Vice Mayor Carr, you're going to mention the memorial service?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm fine. Thank you.
Thank you. Last night, we had the opportunity, Commissioner Vaticus was in attendance to recognize the fallen officers of Tarpon Springs, and this is also Police Week in recognition as well too. It was a very nice service and presentation. We had a nice attendance as well. I want to thank the police officers for everything they're doing. During that, we also just reiterated that Tarpon Springs fully supports our police department. Just like the governor of Florida stated, Florida stands behind our police, and so does Tarpon Springs. We're grateful for having our hometown Tarpon Springs Police Department here in Tarpon Springs. Thursday night, I also had the opportunity to attend the senior awards for Tarpon Springs High School. Just say there was a lot of money and scholarships that was going out to the students. That was great to see. Very proud moment to see a lot of scholarships going to a lot of individuals throughout Tarpon Springs. So congratulations to the students, and well earned. All the best on your endeavors as you go towards college and after high school. With that, the mayor will be back at the next meeting. Looking forward to serving as vice mayor in that meeting. Thank you. As it's been an honor to serve as a chair tonight, and I hope you guys all have a great rest of your week. Thank you. Meeting adjourned at 11:08.